say more, you say fire, more fire.
For our God is a consuming fire. For our God is a consuming fire. For our God is a consuming fire. Consuming fire. Consuming fire. Is a consuming fire. Is a consuming fire. Consuming fire. Consuming fire.
Thank Jah Rastafari.
Rastafari. Rastafari. Rastafari.
Friday.
Lion of Judah.
Yay, yay, yay.
Yes. Baruch haba. Yes, I welcome. Blessed be the comer, right? The one who comes. Baruchim, Habayim, Chabarim. Welcome, Chabarim. I'm Yadin, and here. What's called the Friday, quote unquote, Friday evening service. But here's really the eve of the Shabbat. It's Shabbat time. Senbet Salam, Shabbat Shalom. Here. Yes, I. Oh.
Senbet Salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for days of resting inside your home. Senbet Salam, Shabbat Shalom. Senbet Salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for days of resting inside your home. Senbet Salam, Shabbat Shalom.
Baruch leader. Baruch et Adonai Hamvorach. Leader with congregational response. Baruch Adonai Hamvorach le'olam va'id.
Chozin. Baruch et Yahuwah Hamvorach. Baruch et Adonai Hamvorach. The reader. Bless your Adonai, Jah Rastafari, who is to be blessed. Baruch et Adonai Hamvorach. Al v'chozer. Baruch Yahuwah Hamvorach le'olam va'ed. Congregation and the reader. Blessed is Adonai. Baruch Adonai Hamvorach. Blessed is Adonai Jah Rastafari, who is to be blessed. Baruch Adonai Hamvorach.
You say fire, more fire.
Psalm 95.
Mizmor Tzadehem.
Oh, come, let us sing unto the Lord.
Lechu nerannena l'Adonai.
Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation.
Nari'a letzur yish'enu.
Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving.
Nekaddema fanav betodah.
And make a joyful noise unto him with song.
Bizmirot nari'a lo.
For the Lord is a great God.
Ki el gadol Adonai.
And a great King above all God.
Hu melech gadol al kol Elohim.
Above all God. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Oh, come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Lord our Maker. For he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your heart as in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness, when your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways. Unto whom I swear in my wrath, that they should not enter into my rest, 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 rest. Psalm 96.
מזמור צ"ו.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש.
Sing unto the Lord, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth.
שירו לאדוני כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ.
Sing unto the Lord, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name.
שירו לאדוני ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו.
Show forth his salvation from day to day, day to day, day to day, day to day, day to day.
בשרו מיום ליום ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, the heathen, the heathen, the heathen.
ספרו בגויים כבודו, 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 כבודו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, his wonders among all people, the people, the people, the people, the people.
בכל העמים נפלאותיו, 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 נפלאותיו.
For the Lord is great, what is great, what is great, what is great, what is great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, נורא הוא על כל אלוהים, אלוהים,
The Lord is great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, 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 מאוד.
For the Lord is great and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. For all the gods of the nations are idols. But the Lord made the heavens. Honor and majesty are before him. Strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. Give unto the Lord, O ye kindreds of the people. Give unto the Lord glory and strength. Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name. Bring an offering and come into his courts. O worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. Fear before him all the earth. Say among the heathen that the Lord reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. Let the heavens rejoice, and let the earth be glad. Let the sea roar, and the fullness thereof. Let the field be joyful, and all that is therein. Then shall all the trees of the wood rejoice before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. He shall judge the world with righteousness, and the people with his truth, his truth, his truth, his truth, his truth. Psalm 97.
מזמור צ"ז.
The Lord reigneth, reigneth, reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך, מלך.
Let the earth rejoice, rejoice, rejoice.
תגל הארץ, 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 הארץ.
Let the multitude of isles be glad thereof, be glad thereof, be glad thereof.
ישמחו איים רבים, 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 רבים.
Clouds and darkness are round about him, around about him, around about him, around about him.
ענן וערפל סביביו, 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 סביביו.
Righteousness and judgment are the habitation of his throne, his throne.
צדק ומשפט מכון תסבו, 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 תסבו.
A fire goeth before him, before him, before him, before him.
אש לפניו תלך, 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 תלך.
And burneth up his enemies round about, round about, round about, round about, round about.
ותלהט סביב צריו, 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 צריו.
His lightnings and lightnings and lightnings and lightnings and lightnings.
העירו ורקב תבל, 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 תבל.
His lightnings enlightened the world. The earth saw and trembled. The hills melted like wax at the presence of the Lord, at the presence of the Lord of the whole earth. The heavens declare his righteousness, and all the people see his glory. Confounded be all they that serve graven images, that boast themselves of idols. Worship him, all ye gods. Zion heard and was glad, and the daughters of Judah rejoiced because of thy judgments, O Lord. For thou, Lord, art high above all the earth. Thou art exalted far above all gods. Ye that love the Lord hate evil. He preserveth the souls of his saints. He delivereth them out of the hand of the wicked. Light is sown for the righteous, and gladness for the upright in heart. Rejoice in the Lord, ye righteous, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness, of his holiness, of his holiness, of his holiness, of his holiness.
Yeah!
Psalm 98.
מזמור צד ח' מזמור, 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 מזמור.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, 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 חדש.
For he hath done marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things.
כי נפלאות עשה, 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 עשה.
His right hand and his holy arm, holy arm, holy arm, holy arm.
הושיע לו ימינו, 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 ימינו.
Hath gotten him the victory, the victory, the victory, the victory.
וזרוע קודשו, קודשו, קודשו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation.
הודיע אדוני ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation, his righteousness hath he openly showed in the sight of the heathen. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all the earth. Make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise. Sing unto the Lord with the harp and the voice of a psalm, with trumpets and sound of cornet. Make a joyful noise before the Lord the King. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Let the floods clap their hands. Let the hills be joyful together before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. With righteousness shall he judge the world and the people with equity, with equity, with equity.
Yeah!
Psalm 99.
מזמור צד ט', צד ט', צד ט', צד.
The Lord reigneth, reigneth, reigneth.
אדוני מלך, 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 מלך.
Let the people tremble, tremble.
ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים.
He sitteth between the cherubims. Let the earth be moved, be moved, be moved, be moved.
יושב קרובים תנות הארץ, הארץ.
The Lord is great in Zion, and he is high above all the people. Let them praise thy great and terrible name, for it is holy, for it is holy, for it is holy, for it is
קדוש,
holy,
קדוש, 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 קדוש.
The king's strength also loveth judgment. Thou dost establish equity. Thou executest judgment and righteousness in Jacob. Exalt ye the Lord our God, and worship at his footstool, for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy,
Kadosh,
for he is holy,
Kadosh,
for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy.
Kadosh.
Moses and Aaron among his priests, and Samuel among them that call upon his name, they called upon the Lord, and he answered them. He spake unto them in the cloudy pillar. They kept his testimonies, and the ordinance that he gave them. Thou answeredst them, O Lord our God. Thou wast a God that forgavest them, though thou tookest vengeance of their inventions. Exalt the Lord our God, and worship at his holy hill. For the Lord our God is holy, 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 holy. Psalm 29.
מזמור כ"ט, מזמור לדוד.
Give unto the Lord, O ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty.
הבו לאדוני בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים.
Give unto the Lord glory and strength, and strength, and strength, and strength.
הבו לאדוני כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד, כבוד ועוד.
Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name, to his name, to his name.
הבו לאדוני כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו.
Worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness.
השתחוו לאדוני בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש.
The voice of the Lord is upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters.
קול אדוני על המים, 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 המים.
The God of glory thundereth, thundereth, thundereth.
אל הכבוד הרעים, 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 הרעים.
The Lord is upon many waters, many waters, many waters, many waters.
אדוני על מים רבים, 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 רבים.
The voice of the Lord is powerful, 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 powerful.
קול אדוני בכוח, 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 בכוח.
The voice of the Lord is full of majesty, full of majesty, full of majesty, full of majesty.
קול אדוני בהדר, 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 בהדר.
The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedars, the cedars, the cedars, the cedars.
קול אדוני שובר ארזים, 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 ארזים.
Yea, the Lord breaketh the cedars of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon.
וישבר אדוני את ארזי הלבנון, 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 הלבנון.
He maketh them also to skip like a calf, Lebanon and Syrian like a young unicorn. The voice of the Lord divideth the flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness. The Lord shaketh the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord maketh the hinds to calve, and discovereth the forests. And in his temple doth every one speak of his glory. The Lord sitteth upon the flood. Yea, the Lord sitteth king forever. The Lord will give strength unto his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. Peace, 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 peace.
Lion of Judah Society, Society, Society.
Send B'Tselem, Shabbat Shalom.
Ana Gekoach Gedulata Yamineka Tatira Sterura. O Lord, we beseech thee, to loosen with the greatness of thy powerful right hand those that are bound in captivity. Aver arina ta'ameka sagarenu aherenu nora. Accept the cry of thy people, exalt and purify I and I, O thou who art tremendous. Na gibor dorsheya Yehudeka kavavata shamrein. O most powerful God, we beseech thee to preserve as the apple of the eye those that seek thee, who art God alone. Barakema taherema rachemea tzidkateka tamida gamleim. Bless and purify them, and continually requite them according to thy merciful righteousness. Chasina kadosha barova tuveka nachela edateka. O thou who art most mighty and holy, guide thy congregate, thy aggregate people in thine abundant goodness. Yachida ge'ehe li'ameka b'nei zochre kedushateka. Thou who art God alone and most excellent, regard thy people and who continually make mention of thy holiness, of thy set apartness. Shawatenu kabel ushmas aekatenu yodea ta'elumot. Accept our prayers and hearken to our I and I cries. O thou to whom all secrets are known. Baruch Hashem Kovoda Malkuto Le'olam Oed. Blessed be the name of the glory of his kingdom, forever, forever, and ever. Dodi likarati kala b'nei shabati nikabela. Dodi likarata kala b'nei shabata nikabela. Come, my friend, my lover, to meet the bride, to welcome HaShabbat, referred to as the bride. Likadodi likrati kala b'nei shabati nikabela. We, I and I, will welcome HaShabbat, welcome the Sabbath. Come, my friend, to meet the bride. Make I and I welcome the presence of the Sabbath. Likadodi likrati kala b'nei shabati nikabela. Shamor zakora b'dibur echad. Hishmi'anu el hama yuchad. Yeh echad ushmo echad. Yahweh echad ushmo echad. Adonai echad ushmo echad. Observe and remember the Sabbath day, the only El, true good true God cause I and I to hear in a single utterance. Shamor Zakor Debor Echad. Observe and remember. Shamor, observe with Zakor and remember the Sabbath day. B'dibor echad. B'dibor echad. Guard and remember in a single utterance. Make I and I hear the special kind. Hishmi anu elham yuchad. Hishmianu. The only air, true good, true God, cause I and I to hear in a single utterance. We have here in the Seder, in the Siddur, Yihya, for Jaja in the Seder. Jaja Echad, Ushmo Echad. Jaja is one, is the one. His name is one. L'shem ula tifa ereta litahila, to his renown and his glory and his praise. Leka dodi likrati kala b'nei shabati nikavala. Shamor Zakor B'dibur Echad. Hishmi'anu Elham Yuchad. Ya Jaja Echad. Adonai Echad Ushmo Echad L'shem Ulatifa Ereta Ve'elitahila. Lekadodi likrati kala b'nei shabatia nikavala. Likrat Shabbat Leku we nelaka. Hiya mekor habraka meya rosh mik adam ne suka sofa ma'ise de macheshava techila. Come, make I and I go to meet the Sabbath, for it is a wellspring of baraka, of blessing. Likrata Shabbata, Lekua Nelka, Kia Hia Mikora Habraka. From the beginning, from of old, it was ordained. Me Rosh Mik Adam Ne Sukkah, last in production, first in thought. Sofa ma'aseh bi'machshava techila. Lekadodi likrati kala b'nei shapati nikavala.
Six days shall thou labor, shall the seventh day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we are like the sucklings and the breast.
Sanctifying our time, Narot, lighting the candles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, Asher Kedeshanu b'mitzvotav, v'bitz zanu, ledlik nir shel Shabbat, v'shel Yom Tov. Blessed are you, O Yahweh, our Almighty, King of the universe, who has sanctified I and I by your commandments and has instructed I and I to kindle the lights for Shabbat and for the Kadosh day.
When I say more,
Set the
you will say fire. More
Set the
fire.
flame. Set the 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 flame. Moral corruption with vice in all forms. Erase true morals of the young ones. Miseducation, brainwashing, white as snow, Clorox to the mind. Unemployed and hunger is a game being played on the chessboard that all those in power created. Food shortages and financial panics, organized crime war tactics, concert plays and debate, spun into a web of diabolic conspiracy and public betrayal. Treasury owners backseat in a closed drawer, they're giving orders, signals, symbols, sixes to the small fellows of wickedness. Disgust is too nice of a word to describe how I feel about them, to describe how we feel about them. So set the flame, 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 set the flame. Horrendous amount of advantage taken, intuition not mistaken. The dragon, log on, giving power to the beast. Harlot, drinking the blood of saints. Vampire activating cathedral. Meanwhile, proclaiming ringleaders fall from heaven. Taking along 1/3 with them. Color the shield them red. Practicing the ways of the dead. Playing backward music instead. Set the flame. 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 Raging regions of captivity. No more singing, we shall overcome. Cause right ya know, so we want we freedom. And make the true liberty bell song in the western African beat, the kete bang of the conga drum, ringing out, come out of a job, people come. Some depend the Indian reservation, some will go on to repatriation, some will claim the land of Canaan, and have the slave driver them for your possession. Whoa, whoa, set the flame and make them know the flame, set 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 the flame. Jah angel set the flame. Jah angel set the flame. The flame. The flame. The flame. Yeah. Set the flame. 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 Moral corruption with vice in all form. Erase true morals of the young ones. Miseducation, brainwashing. White as snow, Clorox to the mind. Unemployed and hunger, it's a game being played on the chessboard that all those in power created. Food shortages and financial panics. Organized crime war tactics. Concert blaze and debate. Spun into a web of diabolic conspiracy. Public betrayal. Treasury owners backseat. In a closed drawer, they're giving orders, signals, symbols, sixes to the small fellows of wickedness. Discuss is too nice of a word to describe how we feel about them. To describe how we feel about them. So set the flame. 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 The flame.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
6 days shall thou labor, shall the 7th day take thy rest.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
6 days shall thou labor, shall the 7th day take thy
The Israelites, the B'nai Israel, and it was another incident, I think, in was that Numbers? Was it in Numbers? Yeah, it was in Numbers, where I see it as like the Israelites, the B'nai Israel, and it was another incident, I think, in was that Numbers? Was it in Numbers? Yeah, it was in Numbers, where I see it as like Josh showed me like they was being self-righteous in a sense, and because they had gotten some Akish. You know, I think it was right after, was it the spies? Yeah, they found this boy who was a Sabbath violator. So that's one of the themes of that Torah portion, the Sabbath violator. They found him, and they grabbed him up, and they draped him up, and they took him to Moses. And they were like, yo, what about him? He was violating the Sabbath because, according to their report, their witness, he was gathering, like, sticks, you know, like wood or whatnot. I think wood, everything on the Sabbath. Now, when I first saw that, I'm like, you know, that's where a lot of people are Christians and people in, like, a common New Testament conception or even maybe misconception, but they look at like, see, that's why we're not legalistic, that's why we're not in the law, that's why, and some things they're saying is New Testament, but it's like the spirit is not, you know, it's like they're saying it, but it's like, you know, it's almost like they're missing the point. And the point of it was, okay, the person who was doing it, right, not the guy so much, but, you know, the Israelite that was doing it. It shows like poor planning. I remember I read something in, I think, the Universal Levins, some of their work, that Universal Life work. I like some of their work. I like to share with some of the brothers and sisters. This particular one, there might be a lot of similar name ones, but these ones out in Germany or something, a certain perspective to the word and everything. It's like he was a poor planner. And they was explaining and breaking down or building up on the Beatitudes, each verse in the Beatitudes, and really showing how that in itself, you could just read through it, or when you really are able to get the right tools and kind of study it, it's like each verse is like a medi. You know, you be meditating one verse and be like, wow. It's almost like you're chewing gum, in a sense, and, you know, you're chewing it, but it still has its sweetness. You know, it's like, wow, it's like even more sweeter. I thought, you know, I hit the spot before, but wow, this is really good. You could see it on those levels, and those are like sweet, you know, what they call like sweet meditations. And that's when you get your own personal experience. You know, so your subjective experience testifies to the objective reality. You know, and no matter what you can say, you kind of just know it's like that. It's like I kind of been there. You can hear, you even have sympathy for, not sympathy, someone's simping, but, you know, and maybe empathy in a sense. You know, you'd be empathic with them. You'd be like that one on Star Trek, like, and what are you feeling?
You know, like why you feel that way? You know, on that level, you don't really. It's like no judgment. You really have no because you can almost like vote for the grace of God. You be saying to your soul like there we go. Like that'll be so you almost like recognize that. So you're out of that old nature. You can see it in the new way. But it was like a poor planet, like one who was stressed or worried. It was like a poor planet. Like it was breaking down some of those things. I was like, I never really looked at it like that. Or at least it's like it seems like the right way is clear. It's clear when you see it like that. But I didn't really pick up on that connection. That was an interesting connection. That's the same thing with the man who was picking up sticks, the Sabbath violator. And that's important here because the covenant is renewed with the children of Israel. And with that renewing of the covenant, the first thing mentioned is the Sabbath, right? And this whole idea about kindling fire, And now I think, I think before it had, thank you, yes, it's gonna had, let's see, what was saying? Oh, the kindling fire, the fire. Oh yeah, the Yehudi have. I gotta check what's the name, just to get the exact number. Like these 37 or so. I guess regulations. I think they call them regulations. Like Sabbath regulation of what was called like Judaism or like Orthodox Jews, based on certain, rabbinical and allegedly rabbinical kind of teachings and interpretation of things. And now this is interesting because here's where the rubber meets the road because Getachin, he was confronting that, in his incarnation days, like in the incarnation days, the days of his incarnation, he was experiencing that, and he was like licking out on them. And to see the connection now of that in a New Testament sense, and to recognize what's really underlying, what's undergirding all of that right here, is almost like to be able to nod your head with Moshiach and say, yeah, I know exactly, hit them. Because now you know what he's talking about specifically and how they were going off and how he was, like I said, don't think that he's come to like do away with the law. He was coming like to verify, confirm it, like to fulfill it on that level and to show the true intent. That's why that phrase, the Yumat, as it's pointed, or I would look at the pointing more like the Yomat, using like the Yoshev and some of the Yo words, which almost is like the one who do it in the Yigedel in the Negusa Neges Tawi Turgum. In the Mitzvah Kedus, it's like, okay, like let him die, like person was like killing themselves by that violation. But now this makes sense now when they grab the Sabbath violator, that in grabbing the Sabbath violator, they drape him up and bring him to Moses, and they ask Moses, like, what should be done with him? And this one was violate the Sabbath. And it seemed like they were like legalistic there. Because not that they were going to the law, the Torah, to study it and to meditate and reason on it, to know better Yahweh and the liberty, and how they should reflect the divine attributes, but it's like reflect upon them and then reflect it in one's liberty. They were like, yo, that violation wasn't against them personally. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like somebody had done something to them. They could have checked the brother, and say, yo, such and such. And that one was their brother, but they were looking at and when you see that the incident before, it seemed as though they were trying to get like a diversion. It's almost like what happened with this Juicy Shmuley, and now they got R. Kelly. And the R. Kelly thing is like, woo, that's like, woo. That's a diversion. It's like, look, we want to get you off of this right here. And it's like, we just had a Torah portion where the prophets of Baal got slaughtered. And that kind of reflects in the Haftarah and Bigat, the prophets, what we have in the Orit with the Levites, going in and out of the gate and not pitying, whoever it is, but getting the ringleaders. And all of these ones, like the Black Authority, he had a really good video, the one about the hoax of the century, because he really brought out the evidence, on the level of, wow, these ones went on the record, and then it probably just fade away unless somebody like him or others, grab these screen caps, screenshots, or what have you, and put it forward so that somebody else can just grab the video, and they have like everything in the video, at least everything presented in the video. And I found there was one screenshot I had to pause the video, and rewind it and take off the phone, just a rough screenshot, because but me telling somebody about it is one thing, me showing them the evidence so they can see it for themselves is something totally different. I'm like, wow, it's like they really expose themselves. And it's like, this is for Black History Month too. You got to think about that, like, wow, what a Black History Month, so-called.
When I say more, you say fire, more fire.
I mean.
Holy Emmanuel, I King Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam, Ixabir, Yamasagana. Sabbatical greetings, Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and sing praises unto thy name, O Most High, to show forth loving kindness in the rising and faithfulness every night. Upon the instruments of 10 strings, upon the harp, Nayabingi. The Lord has made me glad through thy works, Selah. Today is the Sabbath day. Open a book of Psalms and chase the devil right away. Remember the Sabbath day. Give thanks and praises unto his holy name. Today is the Sabbath day. Affirm your agitation, fast and pray. Today is the Sabbath day. I shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, and everything I do will surely prosper. But the wicked are not so, like the chaff that driveth away. I know the world has gotten you down, and you've been wearing that old frown. Restore, renew, rejuvenate, repatriate, and straighten your whole crown. Render your heart and not your garments, and lift up your everlasting gates, and the King of glory add in. Who Jah bless, no man curse. The frankincense and the myrrh were burning, chopping up I kali weed with I hydrin them. Taking a sip of life from the chalawa, he gives you strength and power, his mercy endureth forever. Highly I was crowned in Addis Ababa, so let the oil come down my locks and the skirts of my man garments. As I do, I sent from Hermon unto the Mount Sinai. The Most High Rastafari commanded this blessing. Today is the Sabbath day. Open a book of Proverbs, chase the devil right away. Remember the Sabbath day. Give thanks and praises unto his holy name. Today is the Sabbath day. Affirm your agitation, fast and pray. Today is the Sabbath day. I shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water. Remember the sabbatical order and keep it holy. 6 days you will labor, let's rejoice, celebrate and declare it. It was the last day for the Most High, the first day for I and I. The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree in the courts of the Lord. Come in, my little ones, come in, my pretty ones, come into my Father's house. Why oh, come in, my little ones, come in, my pretty ones, come into my Father's house. My Father's house, it is built on love. My Father's house, it is built on love. His foundation is in all the mountains, the Most High Rastafari of the gates of Zion, and all the dwellings of Jacob. Today is the Sabbath day. Open the book of his majesty, chase the devil right away. Remember the Sabbath day. Give thanks and praises unto his holy name.
Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam, right there, Ross Moses, Sabbath day. Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. Here, it's another tune right here. This is Rastio, Sabbath day. Oh, Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam, fam.
Pray and pray to all Jah days. Jah watchful eyes is everywhere. To see the lion bring love and happiness. Rasta the lion is the most high me say. Bless the Sabbath day, and the Sabbath day is Saturday. Bless the Sabbath day, and the Sabbath day Saturday. Come you children, moving car. Come you children, Rasta never gone. Make no delay, 'cause Jaja is here. More fire beam, rejoice and sing to me King. Bless the Sabbath day, 'cause the Sabbath day is Saturday. Bless the Sabbath day, 'cause the Sabbath day is Saturday. Look at the eastern sky, the morning meets the eye. Cha altar show I the way, Selassie I did banded. Jaja the judge, Jaja the jury, Jaja the fire, Jaja the lightning. Bless the Sabbath day, 'cause the Sabbath day is Saturday. Bless the Sabbath day, 'cause the Sabbath day is Saturday. Rasta Sata, Rastafari, Rasta Sata, burn up the chalwa. Come you children, obey the call. Come you children, avoid the fall. Pray and praises to all Jah days. Jah watchful eyes is everywhere. Bless the Sabbath day, 'cause the Sabbath day is Saturday. Bless the Sabbath day, 'cause the Sabbath day is Saturday. Rasta Sata, Rasta pray. Yeah, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari,
Yes, yes. Taurus Riley with Bless Me. Yeah, you know, speaking this Gentile language in grace. The word bless, interesting, the etymology of the word bless goes back like to blood, bloase, blood and bloodshed. It's kind of interesting in the Western Gentile languages. However, when we look at it in the Afro-Shemitic language, bareke, barakete means to increase. So the idea of blessing has to do with increase. Maybe we should say, instead of bless me, recognizing the etymology, the English, Baruch me, right? Baruch, yes I, Rastafari.
Blessed is he who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness. For he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children.
And just to point out where we find, and this is interesting too, Rastafari wise, right? Be wise, Rastafari wise. So here when we go to Numbers, just so ones and ones can know where the priestly blessing is in the scripts, what is the priestly blessing, the formula. I can study the pattern, the formula of blessing. We go to the fourth book of Moses, known as Numbers, right? We get to Numbers chapter 6, which has to do with the Nazarene, the Nazarite vow, the Nazarene, right? The Nazarite vow. At the end, near the end of the chapter, after verse 21, Numbers chapter 6, we get to where it says, this is the law, the Torah direction, instruction of the Nazarite, who hath vowed, and of his offering to Jehovah for his separation, besides that his hand shall get, according to the vow that he vowed. So he must do after the law, the Torah direction, instruction of his Nazir, of his separation. Then we get to verse 22. Interesting, this number 22, right? The Aleph, the Tau, the beginning, the Alpha, Omega, Hebraically, the Aleph, Ha-Tawe, the 22 letters. He had the 22nd verse, it says, and Yahweh, hey, Jehovah spake to Moshe, saying, speak to Aaron, Aharon, and to his sons Banav, saying, on this wise, ye y'all shall bless, shall barak, barek, y'all shall barek, right? Y'all shall bless the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, Yisraelijoch, saying to them. So here's where we have the pattern, the formula. So we see in the scripture, the priestly blessing. Here is the pattern. Here is the formula of blessing right here. Numbers chapter 6, verses 24 to verse 27. The full would be verse 22 to 27. But here at verse 24, Yahweh hey, Hashem, he who he be, the name bless thee, the name Baruch, right? Barak thee, right? And keep thee, and guard thee, shamar thee. Hashem, the name, Yahweh hey, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Baruch Hashem, make his face, panai or panav, his face. Interesting, this term, his face, and we'll see about the face in the Hebrew, many times it's in a plural sense. Here's where we have another link for the Hebrew triunity, the Hebrew trinity, and it's also the same word from the Hebrew that is used even in the New Covenant sense when we speak about, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, right? The face of he who he be, the Father, the Word, the Irit. Jehovah make his face, his presence, perception to shine up on thee, the eye, and be gracious to thee, the eye. Yahweh, Jehovah, Hashem, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem, the Holy One, blessed be he, blessed be the name, Baruch Hashem, lift up his countenance. His countenance, another word also for face, right? Another word for face, but they translated here as his countenance, right? In verse 26, lift up his countenance up on thee, upon the eye, and give the eye shalom, peace. Verse 27 to seal up, and they shall put my name, Shemi, my name, Yahweh, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem, blessed be the name, they shall put Shemi, my name, upon the Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, and I will barak, I will prosper them, abundance them, I will barak, yes I, Rastafari. Here, Eleni here with this tune right here before we ride.
Baruch, leader. Baruch et Adonai Hamvorach, leader with congregational response. Baruch Adonai Hamvorach le'olam va'ed.
Chozin. Baruch et Yahuwah Hamvorach. Baruch et Adonai Hamvorach. The reader. Bless ye, bless y'all, Adonai, Jah, Rastafari, who is to be blessed. Baruch et Adonai Hamvorach. Al v'chozer, Baruchi Yahuwah Hamvorach le'olam.
Yes. Shabbat Shalom Umeborak. Shabbat, the Sabbath. Shalom, peace, rest, refresh. Literally ceasing from stress. desisting from stress, Shabbat. Gone through that right there, but here, just to bring on deck right here the priestly blessing, the Berkat HaKohanim. Here we have the Berkat HaKohanim. Let me scroll down here and see if it doesn't continue right here. But let's give you this overview right here. So the priestly was called the benediction, the blessing. Here we go. Priestly benediction, the origins and meanings. So we pointed to Numbers chapter 6, verse 22, full to verse 27. So HaTorah, Yahweh's direction and instructions, instructs Aaron, Aharon, who is the high priest Kohen, was the high priest Kohen Gadol, and also the Mashiach, the anointed, yes? The Torah instructs the high priest who is anointed, case of Aharon, and HaKohanim, the Kohanim are like the priests, and in the old covenant, it was Aaron and his sons as the priests. All the priests had to be Levites, but not all the Levites were priests. All the Levites had to be Israelites, but not all the Israelites were Levites. So here we have Aaron, the high priest, for the new covenant overstanding, the Moshiach, yes, as Moshiach, Yeshua is I and I high priest, and we are called to be that royal, right, that royal and loyal priesthood. So Aaron, right, Aaron and the Kohanim, this will correspond to Messiah and the called, chosen, and faithful in the way, truth, and life, yes? So the Torah instructs Aaron and the priests, HaKohanim, to bless Amo Yisrael, the people of Yisrael, right? Now, parents, right, here, parents say this baraka, blessing, bracha, right? Baraka and baraka, the blessing to their children, yes, each Friday evening while placing their hands, right, on their children's heads, and thereby seeking to envelop their children with love and hopes for shalom, right, umeborak, and blessedness. Now, the ancient Rabbanim, the scholars of Torah, they understood this baraka, this blessing, to have been invoked by Yahweh Eloheinu, by Hashem, by Elohim, the Creator, upon contemplation of the creation of the world, upon creation itself, when the human being, according to the scripts, was formed from the dust of the ground. And at that time, or at the time of the giving also of HaTorah, so even when the Torah was given to Yisrael after they had come out of Mitzrayim, at Har Sinai, at Mount Sinai, is invoked by the Kohanim on Shabbat and holidays and the holy days, the Yom Tov, Yom Tovim. Now, what's interesting, we have in the new covenant, after the resurrection, when Yeshua's walking with the disciples, it's the whole Emmaus Road, the Emmaus Road incident, right? And they don't recognize that it's Yeshua, right? Robeno, our rabbi, Yeshua, right? Robeno, Yeshua HaMoshiach. They don't recognize him. This is after the, resurrection, right? And so he goes with them, and they were very kind of, how can we say, because Moshiach had been crucified, and it was the third day, they're a little bit disturbed at everything that happened. So Moshiach basically reproves them and starts to teach them, out of the scriptures, from the Torah, from the prophets, and from the Psalms of David, those things concerning him. And the conversation goes so well, they reach the village, come from Jerusalem. They reach, these ones and ones, their village. And Yeshua makes like he's going to go a little further, keep going, like you're on the road and now this is like your stop, And then the other one makes like Yeshua made like he's going to keep going. And they need him to come in like to break bread. It was evening time, Erev Tov, y'all. Erev, the evening Tov, good beneficial evening to y'all, Hashem Yeshua. So they went in and they, broke bread. Yeshua broke bread actually with them. And he said the baraka. Remember, Hebrews shows us that in the Brit Chadasha, Yeshua is the Kohen Gadol. He is Moshiach, anointed. In what context? Anointed as Kohen Gadol, a high priest. And this is very, very important just to make these connections. So in Luke's gospel, yes, in Luke's gospel this occurs, right? Near the end in Luke's gospel, the Emmaus Road incident. So when he's in the house, and having supper with them, right? And he, takes the bread and he blesses the bread. So in saying the blessing of the bread, their eyes were open and they recognized him. But scripture says that he basically, vanish out of their sight. So to see Moshiach even in that role, of the high priest, even there, because they did not recognize him after the resurrection, or their eyes were held, right? But it was opened up, right, in the Baraka, right? So the blessing, very, very important. But here from Numbers chapter 6, verses 22 to 27, the full, the priestly blessing. So one can go to Numbers, and isn't it interesting that in Numbers, it's the same chapter. For many of I and I have a new name, precious name, Rastafari. We'll point to, Numbers chapter, 6, Numbers chapter 6. I said Numbers chapter 5. If I did, excuse me. Numbers chapter 6. Numbers chapter 6, right? So here's the Barakat HaKohanim, Barakat, the blessing of HaKohanim, of the priests, right? Yebarekeka, Yahuwah we Yishmereka. Now, the transliteration in the modern kind of Hebrew, right, modern Hebrew enunciation. Because even with English, we all may speak English, but sometimes we say words differently, regionally or according to one's mother tongue. But in the modern Hebrew, sound a little like Yevarekeka, Yevarekeka Adonai, Ve Yishmerecha, right? But we're going to say it from the ancient Afro-Semitic pointing, Yevarekeka Yahweh we Yishmereka. May he who be Yahweh, right? Adonai, bless the eye, prosper the eye, cause the eye to increase the eye, right? We and Yishmereka, may he shamar the eye. Respond to Cain, Yehi Ratzon. Yes, affirmative. Yehi, let it be Ratzon. Let it be pleasing. More direct translation is like, the Cain is like the acceptance. So when the priest, or when one would say the baraka, right, they can say it, but there's also the reception, right? Cain is one way of affirmative. Also, in a fuller sense, the amen as well, right? In accepting it. Because sometimes ones are given a blessing, but they never accept it. Like you're given a gift, but you like leave it on the beamer on the table. But anyway, Yibarekeka, Yahuwah we Yishmereka, respond to Cain, Yehi Ratzon. To say, like, may it be Elohim, Yahweh's will, or Cain, yes, Yehi, let it be Ratzon, let it be pleasing, let it be acceptable, right? Second part, right, is a threefold, trifold blessing, Trinity-fold blessing, 3 parts here. Second part, Yair Yahuwah Panayo Leka, we Yechuneka. Yair, cause to illuminate, to shine. Yair Yahuwah, he who be, cause to shine. Yair Yahuwah Panayo, the panim, his face or his faces, his presence, his perception. Aleka, to the eye. With and Yechuneka, and let him show Hanan, show grace, right? Be gracious with you. Full. Yair Yahuwah Panayo Leka, we Huneka, responsa, reception of it. Cain Yehi Ratzon, yes, affirmative. May it be pleasing, may it be acceptable. As we say, the words of our mouth, the meditation of our heart, may it be acceptable in thy sight, right? Here, the third part right here, Yisa Yahuwah Panayo Leka, we Yasem Leka Shalom. Yisa, from the Nasa to lift up, Yisa, may he lift up Yahuwah, may Yahuwah lift up, Yisa Yahuwah, may Yahuwah lift up Panayo, his face, his presence, his person, right? Aleka, to the eye, with and Yah, same, and let him set, let him put, let him place, Leka, for the eye, Shalom. Let him set for you Shalom, peace, well-being, right? May he make it good. Also, shalom has sense of to make it good. Respond to Cain, Yehi Ratzon. Cain, yes, affirmative, right? Yehi, let it be Ratzon. Let it be pleasing, let it be acceptable. That is to say, let it be his will. So here, the full of full, right here, the Barkat HaKohani. Yebarekeka Yahuwah we Yishmereka. Cain Yehia Ratzon. Yair Yahuwah Panayo Eleka. We Huneka. Respond to Cain Yehia Ratzon. Yisa Yahuwah Panayo Eleka. We Yasem Leka. Shalom. Cain Yehi Ratzon. So right there, the blessing, the bracha. Here. Yes, I, Rastafari. Like to share one of I and I fellows' tunes, Danny Ital. This tune right here, Him, right? It's called Him. Check it out on the tube, on the YouTubes. Danny Ital, Him, H-I-M.
His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie, I the first one now. Jah Rastafari, His Majesty. His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie, I the first one now. Jah Rastafari. So, this so wise the reaper we try together, may give thanks for the word. So now power, tell you fi come know who you after. First I listen, I see I me father, this so wise the reaper we try together, me give thanks with the word. So now power, when them tell you fi come know who you after. First I listen, I see I me follow, me just follow the leader straight to Ethiopia, the king of kings from Addis Ababa. Over and over we are tell them so is the conquering lion from the tribe of Judah. Boom. Lift up God and miss the light of this world. Now the harvest ripe, here is the laborers. Big up the man where them call laborer. One and the height to give thanks to Jah. Say 1,000,000 times or more, 2 billion times or more, 3 billion times or more. I listen, I say I the first is for sure, or 4 billion times or more, 5 billion times or more, 6 billion times or more. Endlessly is Rastafari. Me go so right, tell you higher heights me have to reach, and you'll Rastafari and stand at ease. You better know say I'm the Prince of Peace. First I listen, I see I don't set the lead. Boom, give me the scripture, you know me have to read, and on me the mic make me preach and teach. Do it in the west and go do it in the east, man. Fi praise Rastafari, me heart feel so pleased. 1,000,000 times or more, 2 billion times or more, 3 billion times or more. I listen, I see I the first is for sure, or 4 billion times or more, 5 billion times or more, 6 billion times or endlessly Rastafari. Me go so blessed be the one who God is Rasta. Blessed be the nation who God is Rasta. Can me turn my eyes unto Ethiopia, and me turn my heart unto the scripture. Remember the 2nd of November, that a 1930, me tell you higher. The man did go crown for the life saint tire. Then did count the man for the dead saint tires. This so wise the reaper we joy together, me give thanks in the word. So now power when them tell you fi come know who you after. First I listen, I see I me father, this so wise the reaper we joy together, me give thanks with the word. So now power when them tell you fi come know who you after. First I listen, I see I me follow, me just follow the leader straight to Ethiopia, the king of kings from Addis Ababa. Over and over we are tell them sir is the conquering lion from the tribe of Judah. Boom. Lift up God and miss the light of this world. Now the harvest ripe, where is the laborers? Big up the band where them call laborer. One and the height to give thanks to Jah.
Yes. Give thanks. And I co-laborer Danny Ital. Whoa. Him call him, H-I-M, him. So right here. Let's just move forward right here. Here we have the Shalom Aleichem, the seal up right here. Still have Psalm 90, 92, 93, but let's just move forward right here. The Shalom Aleichem. Now we have a double portion here. Been kind of seeking to unpack that during the Shabbat, but here it's Shabbat time. Yes, I. Shalom Aleichem, fam. Chabarim. Yes, I.
Shalom Aleichem, Malake HaShareta, Malake Elyon, Mi Malek Malke HaMelakim, HaKadosh, Baruch Hu. Peace be upon you all, ministering angels, messengers of the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One, the Isla One, blessed be He. Boakem le Shalom Malake HaShalom Malake Elyon, Mi Melech Malke HaMelakim, HaKadosh, Baruch Hu. Come in peace, messengers of peace. Come in shalom, messengers of shalom, messengers of Elyon, of the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy Isla One, Baruch Hu, blessed be He. Baruch Hu le Shalom Malake HaShalom Malake Elyon, Mi Melech Malke HaMelakim, HaKadosh, Baruch Hu. Bless me, bless I with shalom. Messengers of shalom, messengers of Elyon, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Isla, the Holy One. Baruch Hu, blessed be He. Etkem, Atkem le Shalom Malake HaShalom Malake Elyon, Mi Melech Malke HaMelakim, HaKadosh, Baruch Hu. May your departure, your exodus, your coming out be in shalom, peace. Messengers of shalom, peace. Messengers of Elyon, the Most High, of the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One. Baruch Hu. Blessed be He, be who He be. Shalom, Aleichem, Aleichem.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh God, in the promised land. There's a lot of work to be done, oh God, in the promised land, in the promised land.
Psalm 92.
מזמור צד ב' מזמור שיר ליום השבת.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord.
טוב להודות לאדוני, 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 לאדוני.
And to sing praises unto thy name, thy name, thy name, thy name.
ולזמר לשמך, 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 לשמך.
O Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High.
לשמך העליון, העליון, העליון.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, it's in the morning, it's in the morning, it's in the morning.
להגיד בבוקר חסדך, 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 חסדך.
And thy faithfulness every night, it's every night, it's every night, it's every night.
ואמונתך בלילות, בלילות, בלילות.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand it. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness, unrighteousness, no 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 unrighteousness.
Yes. Psalm 92, the Shabbat Psalm, Psalm 92 right there. And here, I'd like to share, I won't co-labor right here. Here we go. Give me one moment. Yes. The army, Gideon. Keep the stills going to this tune here. It's a Shabbat. This is a Shabbat tune right here. Shabbat or Sabbath Peace, Army Gideon, featuring Ras Anbesa Tafari. And here, inspired by the evening psalm for the Shabbat day, Psalm 92. Shema.
sultry, playing on the 10 string, showing love and kindness. Until in the brutish man would never know. Neither does the fool overstand his song. Cause Jah has made us triumph by the workings of our hands. Work and deep thought gives us purpose and a plan. Send me salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. Send me salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. See when the wicked grow like the grass, workers of the iniquity hate your righteous path. Rastafari scatter them like sand amidst the shore. Enemies perish cause there's a life forevermore. But my heart shall raise up like the horn of Africa. See, I will be anointed with fresh oil, with fresh oil. Send me salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. And still, send me salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. Love me down, cause this at the time people get caught in a dissonant mind. Listen behind, Babylon come with a different design, and still it's all the same. Better relax, sit and recline. His Majesty said unity and only Jah know. See enough of them are the sick and the blind. You consider divine. And the place which get them all we call we high and I go sure. You find your bliss in a life. Your face look different this time. You find position and prayer, balance with spiritual light. Rasta are Israelite, where Babylon feel like trying to cut the branch. Please let it grow. The root of David, he could only be so. Got to take it easy, please take it slow. That's why I say, Send salam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. Send me salam, oh Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah. Oh well.
Mizmor Sadai Beit. Sadai Beit, Psalm 92. The Shabbat, the Sabbath hymn, as we have in the superscription, a psalm, a song. It's both a psalm and it's a song. Mizmor Shir Le for Yom, for the day, Yom HaShabbat, for the day of the Sabbath. So it's right there. Within the title. A local reasoning right here before we ride on to Psalm 93. So Psalm 93 is the Friday evening psalm. We're going to build on that as we move forward, but we have a couple of things to present here, including today's daily, the dailies. We got the dailies as well. Psalm 17, but the Sabbath hymn. So here, just a couple of notes. Let's go over here. Yes, Shabbat and rest, as we find in that word from Genesis chapter 2, right? The first 5 to 6 or so verses right there. The purpose of that rest. Shabbat, as we mentioned before, Shabbat, right? Well, let's go through this right here. Over here from the side, it says Shabbat and rest. So the connection of Sabbath and rest. And the question that we can ask, or might have already asked ourselves and others, but asking ourselves first, how can I, the individual, the indivisible dual, the individual, how can I find a place within me, or place within I of rest and relaxation? How can I I make this Shabbat, right, a model, right, of Shabbat for and I throughout the year. Now that was a little question here from this page here, right, and right here, asking that question, right, to the question, because the Shabbat time, and we say, okay, Sabbath, Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Salam, but in us, in the innermost of the innocence, in the temple, in the tabernacle, is there rest and refresh, right? Let's see about Yahweh. He's Shabbat, right? He ceased from work, ceased from activity, right? From that labor or the work of the 6 days. On the seventh day, he ceased from that labor, Shabbat, as a verb, to cease, to desist from exertion or desisting from labor, right? And it says, Vayanafash, Wa and Yanafash. I touched on that recently in a recent psalm where it spoke about nafash, or getting to the root of the word for soul, the psyche, the mind state, the nefesh, right? And the root idea, nafash, which means to breathe, right? To breathe. We can go over that again because I think it's a very, very kind of important connection right there. Even with studying with the Hebrew alongside, the translation, specifically the KJV, translation, but getting to the roots of the word Shabbat. So Shabbat as a noun, it's the Sabbath, the cessation, the desisting, or even in the sense, the termination, right? Shabbat means like to end, to terminate, but in what context? Like 6 days you shall work. So those days, one day after the next, there's work, there's labor. And then on the Shabbat day, you will Shabbat in the verb sense. You will cease, desist from that labor, right, of the 6 days. Wow, look at the lily. Lily has those 6 petals. Why they say that shape is the devil? What? Because of the 6 petals. But who created that? Our Creator, right? So we get time to reflect also on His creation, right? But how can we really, rest, like find that place within us of rest and relaxation? It's one thing to call it and proclaim it a Shabbat, but how do we walk it out, so to speak? Really, Shabbat, like other commands, it's like how we walk it out, how we live it out, like the fruit, how we walk it out, like the word that we read and what we grow in grace and the knowledge of Adonai Yeshua HaMoshiach. How do we walk it out, right? But with a Shabbat, it's like, how do we work it in? Get that idea? How do we work it in? Work in what? That ceasing, desisting, that resting from labor. It's by looking at the fullness of that word of the command, both in the 6 days to work or the occupational labor. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you really work hard during the day, you don't have to struggle to rest at night. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times we say Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Salam, but we don't look at the first part, of the whole command, right? What's that whole command, right? The whole command, right? The word of the command is the 6 days work, right? The 6 days work, right? And after that is the ceasing or desisting, the Shabbating from that. I think we might just go through it, but let's go to the next part right here, right? So that Medi has come up to I don't know if to the I them sometimes, Shabbat time, and you have to kind of how can you say make a conscious, a soul effort, right, to actually take a breath, right? Shabbat, cease from exertion, from work, from labor, and Wayinafash as Yahweh, Wayinafash, Wa and Yinafash, Nafash, and he took a breath, right? He took a breath. Okay, because that's not coming up here, right? Let's do this right here. Let's go soul, right? Let's go soul right here. All right, let's just look at one place, soul, right? Soul. Soul. What is it? Is it just a poetical word? Is it a poetical word? Now, notice these verses come up because soul is here as well. It's found in here. Chai means living, right? Living or running in a sense, like living, animated, living. And then we have the word nefesh, right? Nefesh. So we just go right to Bereshit, the first chapter. Now, in the KJV, you don't see soul anywhere in the first chapter at verse 20. It just says, and Elohim said, like, make the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature, right? That have life. So it just says that have life, right? But then you see with the blue letters right there, there's two words there, right? There's two words because the context here. Let's see if the note brings it out. Creeping, moving, creeping. You see where it says life in the Hebrew, it says soul. That has soul, right? That has soul, right? Or literally in the verse, living, right? Living soul, right? It actually says living soul, right? And the fowls may fly above the earth in the open firmament, right? Fly, let the fowls or that which, birds, that which have wings. Let's look into this word right here, just quickly right here, nephesh. Nephesh is the word for soul, right? In modern way of understanding it, right? Right, that's scientifically. That's when I say science, I'm not saying there's science because science means knowledge, right? So some things might be in their knowledge, like modern science, but some things are outside of their knowledge because modern science will tell you that there's a psyche. Ones have a psyche, a suke, a psyche, right? But they don't have a soul. Modern science says that they don't acknowledge the existence of a soul. They think of it as something poetical. But in the Hebrew, the word soul is nephesh, and in the Greek, the synagogue Greek, the word is suke. The old way of pronouncing the word suke, the later day Oxfordian way of pronouncing suke, right? Suke is like the old Greek suke, right? Modern times we say psyche. Psyche is like the mind, right? Doesn't say the mind, and people have psychological issues. They something with their mind or their appetites, their desires. Let's break this down here. So here they break it down in BDB as soul, self, life, creature. But here's where the rubber meets the road. Person, right? Person, you say personality, come from your soul, your psyche, your nephesh. Check. Your appetite, desire, right? But you notice the word mind. You see the word mind. That means in some places it'll say mind in the translation. And in other places it might say appetite. And we might think they're kind of like different and unrelated, but the Hebrew word is nephesh. And the Koine Greek word is suke or psyche, right? Psyche, or you say psycho, psychological, yeah? Living being, desire. You see what it says emotion? Our emotions, right? How emotions affect our mind, our appetite, our desire, our passion. But let's break it down. 1a says that which breathes. So that definition right there is going to the Hebrew root sense, right? Nephesh comes from nafash, the breathing substance, right? Being, soul, the inner being of man, right? Going within, right? That's what I said, working it out, like other commands, words of the command is like to work it out, like to walk it out, to live it out, right? We can have it in our mind, but to do it. You know what I'm saying? While this here for the Shabbat is more of an inner thing, right? It's in the breath, right? That which breathes. As you can see, it goes on, that which breathes. Then it says soul and the inner being of man, right? That which breathes, right? And here the seat of appetites or desires, the seat of emotions, right? And passions, activity of mind, activity of will, activity of character. But the word nephesh for soul at its root is the breathing, that which breathes, the breathing creature, right? Right? The animal, also animal. Check that. That's why I ask the question, is man an animal? People say, no, man's not an animal. When we study the very same word scripturally defines animal, right? At the core, also defines man at the core, vitality. But check this here. The H5314, right? Here's the root, nafash, right? Nafash, right? Nafash, to take a breath. So there's an area of scripture where it says that how Yahweh Elohim, how he, after the 6 days on the seventh day, he Shabbat, he ceased from that labor that was the labor of the preceding 6 days. And on the Shabbat day, it says, Wa and Yinafash, Vayinafash, and he nafash. And he did what? And he took a breath. He refreshed. It says, refresh oneself. Right? Now, notice this. That's what he did in the beginning, even in Genesis. We have this in Genesis chapter 2, right? First 5 or 6 verses. And we have else in HaTorah, where now the Bnei Yisrael, the covenant people, are also commanded to work for 6 days, right? and on the Shabbat day to rest and to take a breath, to refresh, right? See, when it says man made in the image after the likeness, right? Man made in the image after the likeness, you know what I'm saying? And though creation is already created, there is the creative process when we study the Hebrew a little more deeply that goes on. When it says, of all that he created and made in Genesis chapter 2, right? All that he created and made. When you read it in the Hebrew, it's actually all that he created to make. To make. So from the creation, there's still that making process. So it's like we could say, you can make things better, right? Can't we make things better, right? You know what I mean? We did not create it in the beginning, right? But we are still part of that process because man was made in the image and after the likeness, right? So notice what Yahweh Elohim did, and then how he commanded, right, his children, and how he commanded the righteous, right, to be in his image after his likeness. Isn't this what you said? Be thou perfect, right, as Abinu Sheba Shemayim, as our Father who art in heaven. So here, to take a breath, just to point out that aspect of soul right there, right, of soul, like what to do, like when the Shabbat come, what to do, where do we do it? When we read the word soul, what does it mean to us? It's just a word, right? Soul, my soul. And here's what people confuse soul and spirit. Don't confuse soul and spirit. Yes, they are similar, but of course it takes wisdom to know how they're not the same. Yes, they relate and work together, but notice the ancients were cognizant of it. So when the ancients said soul, right, in the Hebrew or even in the synagogue Greek, the Koine Greek, right, and with the word suke or psyche, they understood what aspect of themselves, what of themselves this word relates to. Therefore, the scriptures, it becomes like not just, it becomes more 3 and 4 and 5D. If you can receive that, it become more real. He's real, real. He's so real to me right here. So okay, so here, yeah, that's chapter 2 right there. So let's go back over here, just back to the Shabbat here, right? So Shabbat, right, as we had in Lekha Dodi. Remember the Lekha Dodi? Come my friend, come my beloved, to meet the bride. You know what I mean? To welcome the Shabbat. Etymologically, in the Hebrew and the Afro-African Semitic language, the word Shabbat is gendered in a feminine context. Although we can express it in a male or neuter context, but directly the word is feminine because of the T at the end is like the hint, is like the sign, the tav, you know what I mean? But the crown of creation, right? The crown of creation, the Hebrew root of Shabbat, so we're speaking about, right? Shabbat, the sheen, the bait, and the tav, or the sheen, the bait, and the tav. Sheen, bait, and tav, right? This word here in the Hebrew, as we broke down, even from the references BDB and comparing that with Strong's, it means a cessation of work. That's why the first part of the Shabbat word of the command, it says 6 days you shall work. So therefore, even work is commanded. I didn't remember reading the elect of God, Siyum Exeavia, Kadamari Haile Selassie, stating something to the effect about how work, and he quoted, I think, Paul, he who don't work, don't eat, something to that effect, and how he mentioned that work is a commandment of the Lord. And even at that time, I thought I was pretty cognizant of, the scriptures, pretty knowledgeable. And I said, okay, I didn't doubt it, but I just didn't know where. I was like, where was it like commended, right? To work, like in a sense. People will often go to the sweat of the brow and all that. That is a place there too. But what people don't recognize is the Shabbat command. The same command for rest, right? Word of the command for rest contains as a first part of it, like before you get to the 7th day, you have 6 days. You know what I'm saying? So he first addresses the 6 days you shall work, right? To bring it to the summit, to the point, right, of the Shabbat. The word Shabbat means to cease from work. So general tradition, understanding of this and best practices, right, encourage us to so-called step back, right, or recline, lean back. Like we said, lean back, right, step back or lean back from our daily routines, 6 days, right? You could say the quote week, right, and on the Shabbat to be strong, right, in the way, the truth, and the life, and to rest and emphasize our lives in the context of family, friends, and community. especially family, friends, and community of faith. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's a key. That's a given. It should be a given, but we just stated all the same. Also on the Shabbat, what else we have? We have the giving of thanks, right? Does giving of thanks just mean saying thank you or give thanks? No, there's a particle. What does the word says? To love Yahweh Eloheinu with all of our what? Right? You know, all of our soul, our heart, soul, and our might, right? You see what I'm saying? So even the giving of thanks, right? Yes, it's expressed, but it should have a particle root. For what am I thankful? Right? You know, it's not just a medi. What am I thankful? One can say everything without thinking about everything. Well, try to think about everything that you're thankful for, right? And then express that thanks. Health, family, friends, work, home, right? One's and one's talents and abilities, right? And capacity to meet and to overcome obstacles or setbacks or trials or tribulation. How do I show? Like, how do we show? Like each of us, you know, just meditating ourselves. How do we show, right, our gratitude? And remember what the new covenant says. How can we love Elohim, right? The spirit who we have not seen, right? And right, we hate our brother man, our sister woman, our fellows, right? Something to think about, right? How do I show my gratitude to others, right? To others, right? And to Elohim. Remember, we look at the 10 words, falsely called the 10 commandments. We look at the 10 words, right? Almost half of it is concerning our duties in covenant to Yahweh Eloheinu, to the Creator. And then the other half speaks about our duties, you know, to one another. So it both addresses the vertical plane, us here on earth, right, in the higher heights in the heavens, and he who he be in the heavens, and our relationship horizontally with one another. We call that the true cross, you know, when it's equal, you know what I mean? Like the plus sign, the true cross, which interestingly enough is the ancient symbol of the last letter of the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, the Tav or the Tav, right? As a T, right? As we have the T in Tiferet, right? And also as an X that marks the spot, right? Here in Psalm 92, just some highlights from Psalm 92, right? We have verse 6. Now, if you look in your King James Bible, because this is more Yehudi and more Hebraically orientated with what I'm sharing on the screen, right? If you look at it, right, in your Bibles, it would actually be at verse 5, because here it has a Hebrew number, right? But it's this verse that reads to the effect of, how great are your works, right? O Lord, thy thoughts are very deep, right? Ma Gadolu, Ma Seka Yahuwah, Me'od, Amku, Machshaboteka, your thoughts, right there. So here, this is a known phrase. This is a phrase that hopefully one will find use for, right? Even in certain communal worship, this is the word sound, Gadlu, Ma, Gadlu, right? Which is to say like, Ma, what, Gadlu. God from Gadol, like big, right? What great, what big, like, you know, like we big up Yahweh, you know, what great, like how great. It brings up the sense of how. So to say like how, one of the ways to bring out how in the Hebrew is what, like what greatness, you know, what greatness, Gadalu, right? Ma'aseka, your ma'ase, your works in the plural, ma'asim, right? Ma'aseka, your works, oh Yahuwah, oh he who be, right? So here again, we have like his works, his acts from the previous verse, right? Then in the second part of the verse, it says this right here, me'od, right? Me'od, right? Let's do this right here because we find this is even better, right? For us to, let's go over here and let's just go to the psalm right here so you can see it for yourself, because then we can highlight some of the key words, you know, try to like pick up on some of the key words, and then of course one can get, you know, the better context. So here we have at the 5th verse here in the KJV, right? Here they translate the words a little out of the order, Yahweh is at the end of the first phrase of the verse, right? It actually begins, Mah Gadlu, how great, right? Mah Gadlu, Ma'aseh are the eyes works, Ma'aseh, work, like a work, right? A deed done did, Ma'aseh, right? The works of Ka, the works of the I male, oh he who be, who he be, and then the name Yahweh is at the end, right there. Then it says, thy thoughts are very deep, or the order of the Hebrew words is me'od, 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 right? Me'od, right? Exceeding. It has a sense of very or exceeding much. Me'od, me'od. When Yahweh created everything in the 6 days, at the end of the 6th day, he said what? He said, Tov Me'od. He saw all that he had created, including man. It wasn't just man he said that of. No, that he had created that included man, male and female. He said what? He said it was Tov, good, Me'od. Tov Me'od, very good. Tov Me'od. So Me'od is that sense of very. So it says Me'od Amku. Me'od Amku. Amku. They are Amak. They are amak. They are deep. Amku. They are profound. They are deep. So here, very or much, enough deep, or very deep. Me'od amku. Very deep, right? Mach shiboteka. Mach shiboteka are your, here we go, here thoughts, right? Machashaba. So machashabet. This is the singular sense. Mahashaba, the male sense of it. Mahashabet, the feminine sense of it. Mahashaba. So here it says Mach Shebot. Mach Shebot. Mach Shebot is to say your thoughts in the plural sense, right? Your thoughts, your device, your invention. But usually here we have the sense of your thoughts. Mach Shebote Ka, the thoughts of the I, male. My thoughts, what the Yahweh says, my thoughts are not your thoughts. As the heavens are higher than the earth, my thoughts are higher than your thoughts. His thoughts are higher than our thoughts. Where do we have this? We have this in Yeshaya, Isaiah 55 and 8. Elohim, the creator's designs in the universe, right? In even allowing the so-called Rishaim, the ratchet ones, the wicked, to triumph for a while, for a little while, right? This is Me'od Amku. Me'od Amku. This is like very deep. It's very deep. Me'od Amku. Me'od Amku. Me'od Amku. Very deep. They're beyond man's comprehension, right? The fullness, that is. Right? But even if he gives us a glimpse, that glimpse is even sometime beyond, right? So Elohim, right? The creator searches all minds and understands the thoughts of every heart. Where do we have this? First Chronicles 28 and 9. The ancient Rebbanim, the scholars of Torah, what do they teach? And what do the real scholars teach that study the word? That even before a person shapes a thought in his heart, or to say in his mind, right? Elohim understands, he overstands it. Another little aspect, not little, but important aspect, along with the Ma Godlu, right? Ma Godlu, how great, right? What greatness, what big upness, right? What big upness are thy works, O Yahweh. Here, when we get to verse 13, in the KJV, it would actually be verse 12. Let's just show and prove this here, right? Go down here. So we're at verse 12. This verse here, where it says, the righteous, hold on for a moment, there we go. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon, right? So here in the Hebrew it says, tzaddik, Katamar. Tzadi Katamar Yafrach. Right? Yafrach. Hold on for a moment right here. Here's Tzadi. So you can see this here. Here we go. Right? Yifra. Slika. Yifra. Tzadi Katamar Yifrach. Right? So here the tzaddik is like the righteous, right choice one. Right? The right choice one, the just one. Right? The vindicated one, the innocent one. Tzaddik, right? Ka, like Tamar, like the Tamar, like the palm tree, like the date palm, right? Because of the date palm, the palm tree's erectness, its uprightness, right? To be erect, right? Sadiq ka tamar. So the righteous are like the palm tree, right? Because the palm tree stands up like erect, not bent. It's not bent, it's straight up, right? Sadiq ka tamar yifrah, yifrah from parach. Parach, farach mean to bud, right? To bud, right? That buds. So the righteous buds, right? Sends out shoots. It buds, it sprouts, right? It breaks forth, it blooms, right? It spreads, right? It says ke erez, and like the erez, and the righteous is like the erez. Erez is a cedar. Erez, the erez is the cedar, right? The cedar tree, right? And why the cedar? Well, because the cedars is strong trees, but also its roots. It has tenacity of roots. It has deep roots. Its roots are like connected, strong roots, right? Ke'erez ba Lebanon yisgeh, right? Ke'erez ba Lebanon yisgeh. What do we have here? He shall grow yisgeh, yisgeh from saga, yisgeh, saga he grew, saga he increased, yisgeh he will, right, grow, he will increase, right, right, as a erez, right, as a cedar, right, ba Lebanon, in ha Lebanon, in Lebanon. Lebanon, yes, Lebanon means whiteness, right? Lebanon, right? Because white mountains, like snow-capped mountains, like we're talking about Lebanon. Laban is the proper word for kind of like white in that sense. Now, here, this is a wooded mountain range on the northern border of Yisrael, known as the White Mountains from Laban, to be white or to purify. We touched on that in the Psalm when we talk about the Psalm and even the Torah portion, even with the leprosy and the distinction, of certain words in Hebrew that can be translated as white, but it wasn't talking about like a white person or white race, right? See, the secondary form of the word Laban means to make bricks. But in ancient Mitzrayim, they had to make bricks, right? But what people don't know, most don't know, is the bricks were white bricks, because the white bricks was a part of the ancient Egyptian kind of use of metaphor, an expression in what was their government. The government was known as the White Walls. So we get the White House. Right? So was the Egyptians, ashamed of them being, melanated people? No. So notice the connection, white and bricks right there, right? And also purity. But as Lebanon, like in Lebanon, he will grow. What does this mean, Chaber? Well, the palm tree is admired for its stature, right? So when we talk about the palm tree, it's admired for its stature, right? This is this part here. Sadiq kat tamar, right? The righteous shall flourish, right? Or shall grow, right? In Song of Songs, chapter 6, 7, 7, and 8, right? Chapter 7, verse 8. In Song of Songs, chapter 7, verse 8. Talk with me right here. Song of Songs, chapter 7, right, verse 8, right? This is the verse here. Okay, let me just run through here. Okay, let's go here. Let's bring this up here. Let's go right here. Here we go. Click it. Right? I said, I will go up to the palm tree. I will take hold of the boughs thereof. Now also thy best shall be as clusters of the vine, and the smell of thy nose like apples. So like we mentioned about Song of Songs, it's like a love, it's like a love composition, that goes back and forth between like a male and a female, like a bride and a bridegroom, So here she's likened to that palm tree, right? You can kind of get that from the sense of it, right? Likened to the palm tree right there. Let's see right here. Yeah. Ochaza. Yeah. See, I said I will take hold. Yeah, right there. So just want to bring that out right there. Song of Songs, just this connection here with the Song of Solomon, Cedars of Lebanon, right? More on that in Psalm 29, which is the Shabbat, like the seal of the sixth Psalm, Psalm 95 to 99 plus Psalm 29. And there we have it in verse 5. Let's just check this right here, bring us back to Psalms, right? Psalm 29, verse 5. A beautiful psalm that. 29, verse 5, right? Verse 5. There we go. He maketh them to skip like a calf, Lebanon and Syrian like a young unicorn. And it was the voice of Yahweh, right? The seven voices of Yahweh is in this psalm. Seven voices, count them in Psalm 29. And it says what his voice does. How his voice is like making mountains. You know, right here, the voice of Yahweh breaketh the cedars, because the cedar is a very strong tree. But his voice, word sound. Yea, Yahweh breaketh the cedars of Lebanon, because, you know, cedar wood was very valued, you know, as it still is, you know, some cases. He maketh them to skip, maketh these mountains to, like, you know, move. He shaketh the earth. Lebanon and Syrian, right, like a young unicorn. Syrian or Sirion, right? Sirion, in one sense, it's a breastplate, but this is one of the trinity of mountains, one of the names of Mount Hermon. Mount Hermon was the trinity of mountains, right? This one was used by the Sidonians, right? So it's kind of making a mockery of like the other gods on a certain level, right? Because they could do some things according to the people's belief system, but Yahweh could do all things because he be who he be. But here, just to bring this out right here. So the tzadikim is the plural of it. In the verse, it says the righteous one. Tzadik katamar, right? Yifrah. But here, the tzadikim, the righteous ones, the innocent ones, in the New Testament sense, the vindicated, right? That vindicated ones are those who spend a lifetime devoted to bringing greater shalom, kindness, compassion, and justice, right? Rightness into the world. The tzaddik, the righteous one, the tzaddikim, righteous ones, is both a spiritual being. There's a psychological and spiritual aspect, and one who, like the prophets and the being of the Bible, is an activist, so to speak, in confronting those forces in the world, right? The tikkun olam, right? Repairing the breach, right? The forces in the world that corrupt the human, they say spirit here, but I will say the human psyche and spirit, the human soul and spirit. The tzaddikim, they are said to emerge from various, one could say, so-called religious or really just traditions, and are people of great moral strength and courage. Now, right here, let's see, let's zoom out, because here we go on to this right here. Okay, we just take it down just a few more right here. This is on Psalm 90, a little extended reasonment on the Shabbat Psalm, Psalm 90, 92. So there's a legend of the Lamed Vav. Now, modern Hebrew, they'll say Lamed Vav. We as African, Afro-Semitic speakers speak more the ancient, right? Lamed Wow. We will say Lamed Wow, right? But we can't say, if we're speaking to them, Lamed Vav, right? This is two Hebrew letters here, right? Lamed has a numerical value of 30, and Vav, or Wow, has a numerical value of 6. So in the mystical like trod, it holds that at any one time there are said to be 36 righteous human beings in the earth or in the land whose presence enables the world to survive, right? Now the Hebrew letters Lamed Wow, Lamed Vav, it signifies the number 36. Now according to the trod, these are not men and women of fame. They don't tend to be like famous people, like ones generally might not know of them, or wealth and power, but rather they are those whose goodness and kindness brings healing to others. In other words, they are like chassidim, right? Because Yahweh, his attribute is chesed, is mercy, is love, is loving kindness. And those who have received of loving kindness, right, of his, Yahweh's loving kindness, are inspired to imitate his loving kindness. You know, this is what Yeshua was saying when he said to be perfect, right? So as we learn who Yahweh, right, is, what his name means, what are his attributes, and as he shows us those attributes, you know, do unto, you know, others as you would like to have done, but also in the parable. Remember the parable where there was a man that owed the master a lot of money, right? And the man couldn't pay. And so the master was going to send the man and his family into forced labor to work off the debt. But then he begged him, he beseeched him, he pleaded with him, and the master was moved, and the master canceled the debt because he said the man that owed him loved him. He showed him love, and he humbled and he begged, and the master canceled the debt. And then this man went back to those underneath him, right, who owed him far less than he owed the master. And he then released the debt, right, but he retained the debt, right, and he was harsh with them. And then the man's servants saw that. They knew what had happened with his master. And when he saw that, they were very upset, and they went and told the master. And so then the master, after letting go of the debt, he basically brought back the debt again. And, so that example of Robbeinu, our rabbi, Yeshua HaMoshiach, is that kind of example. So if he does show us kindness, right, and then you get to know what kindness is, right? And he does that for you in righteousness, and you should do it for others in tzedakah, in charity, or in right choiceness, right? And the kindness and goodness, right? And bring healing thereby to others. Lastly, but not leastly here, who are the tzaddikim? So tzaddikim in the Hebrew, bringing out the sense of the righteous ones, the justified ones, the vindicated ones, right? Who are the tzaddikim in my life? It's a good medi. Like, who are the righteous ones according to Yahweh's standard? Let me make that clear. It's not according to, who I like and I want to call righteous, but according to what I learn of him, right? Who fulfills those standards. You know what I'm saying? His way. That's why he gives us direction, instruction, so we'll know. So we don't have to rely on our own feeling or opinion, right? Who are the tzaddikim, right, in my life? How are they role models, right, for me? Now, I don't mean like role models in the worldly sense, like, in that sense. But, somebody does good in a certain way, right? And you recognize, Chan, I'm lacking right there. What can I learn from that in that sense? You know what I'm saying? Iron sharpen iron. Who have I encountered this week or this Shabua, during the days previous, right? That made my life richer, right? And more blessed or better. You know what I mean? Or even brought joy, right? In a good way, in the good way, truth in life. Have I enriched others? Right? Also the question, have I enriched others this past Shabua, this past week? Now, one might say, yeah, what's up with all these questions right there? The thing about these questions is that when we understand what prayer really is in the Hebrew sense, prayer is like self-analysis, right? Self-playing, right? Based on his way, truth in life, how close am I to it or how far am I from it, right? Don't be like the Pharisee who, when he prayed, he was talking about, I'm not like this one, I'm not like that one, I do da 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 da, but more to be like even the publican, right? Sometimes man, Father, forgive me, man, forgive me. Well, I've messed up. Don't make a big thing about it, but weigh, like it's weighing, right? It's self-analysis, right? Prayer, right? Not just begging, give me, but really asking, like, I want to get this. What right do I have to get this? Like, for example, let's give an example. If my neighbor, right, has a car that I really, really desire, I really, really want, right? Can I go to God and say, well, I want to get my neighbor's car. God, give me my neighbor's car, right? You're just wasting your time. I mean, if you're praying to other gods, well, you're still wasting your time. But even to the true God, right? You're wasting your time right there. Because that violates, the covet word of the commands. Thou shalt not covet. You know what I mean? So right here. In fact, you should pray to Father, if this is good for me, cause me to work to get it. I will work to get it and bless the work of my hands so I can get it if this is what you want from me. You know what I mean? Otherwise, let those other things go. Right? So here we have Psalm 93. Psalm 93. Just want to bring it here to Psalm 93. Right? And this is a little extended Kabbalat Shabbat. Right here, Kabbalat welcoming, evening, right, of the Shabbat. So here, right? Psalm 93. Psalm 93 usually is like the Friday evening psalm, but in the welcoming of the Sabbath, we leave this for last, right? We actually chant Psalm 92, the Sabbath Eve psalm, right? The evening psalm for the Sabbath, we actually chant that first. That was Psalm 92, right? So Psalm 93 concludes the Kabbalat Shabbat, the welcoming of the Sabbath, by retelling the ancient tale of creation. Now, unlike the first creation in Bereshith or in Genesis that was destroyed by a great flood, Psalm 93, it affirms that Elohim, that the Creator, created the world with order and meaning, even though the natural world, right, may appear chaotic. The feeling or the perception of certainty and purpose amidst the roar of rivers, waters, and floods may be the feeling or the perception that the authors of the Kabbalat Shabbat were hoping to invoke. Now that Shabbat has arrived, we are called upon to appreciate love, right? Some I and I may say appreciate love because appreciate has a little hate vibe in it. But don't get caught up. Don't get too caught up on that. It's just so that ones and ones can overs, right? To appreciate love rather than to do. So now that Shabbat has arrived, we are called upon to appreciate love, right? To cease from exertion, to take a breath, right, and refresh, right, rather than to do, right. Actually, we're called not to do what the other 6 days we were doing. Check. To relax rather than to fix, right. In a world of instability, right, questions that may arise from the Medi on Psalm 93. What is stable? What is firm? What is stable for I and I? In the midst of chaos or Babylon, some things remain constant, right? And those things can be a source of comfort and contentment for I and we. So right here, Baruch Hashem, right here, the Shabbat time. So right here, let's touch on the Sabbath psalm right here. Let's aliyah in the sense of let's go up to the higher heights.
Psalm 93.
מזמור צדקי מלך.
The Lord reigneth.
Adonai malach.
He is clothed with majesty.
Geut lavesh.
The Lord is clothed with strength.
Lavesh Adonai.
Wherewith he hath girded himself.
Oz hitazar.
The world also is established.
Haftikon tevel.
That it cannot be moved.
Altimot.
Thy throne is established of old.
Nachon kis'acha me'az.
Thou art from everlasting.
Me'olam ata.
The floods have lifted up, O Lord. The floods have lifted up their voice. The floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters. Yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever. Psalm 93. The Lord reigneth, he is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. Thy throne is established of old, thou art from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever.
מזמור צדקים. אדוני מלאך גאות לבש, לבש אדוני עוז התעזר, אף תיכון תבל בל תימות. נכון כסאך מאז, מעולם אתה. נעשאו נהרות אדוני, נעשאו נהרות קולם, יישאו נהרות דוח ים. מקולות מים רבים, אדירים משברי ים. אדיר במרום אדוני. עדותיך נאמנו מאוד, לביתך נאווה קודש, אדוני לאורך ימים.
Yes. We still have Psalm 17, but Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam right here, the Shema, and it's Baraka or Berkot, and its blessings. The Shema, Shema Yisrael. Hear, O Israel. All right, so here for the Shabbat and the holy days, right here. We shared a little bit of this earlier, so we get this right here. All right, this is one version of it. All right.
Baruch leader. Baruch et Adonai Hamvorach. Leader with congregational response. Baruch Adonai Hamvorach le'olam va'ed.
And here.
Chazin. Baruch et Yahuwah Hamvorach. Baruch et Adonai Hamvorach. The reader, bless ye, bless your Adonai, Jah Rastafari, who is to be blessed. Baruch et Adonai Hamvorach. Al v'chozer. Baruch Yahuwah Hamvorach le'olam va'ed. Congregation, aggregation, and the reader. Blessed is Adonai, Baruch Adonai, Hamvorach. Blessed is Adonai, Jah Rastafari, who is to be blessed. Baruch Adonai, Hamvorach, le'olam va'ad. Forever and ever. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Melech HaOlam, Asher Bidabaro Ma'eriv. Iraim bihakamach poteach she'arim ua bitabuna ni shane. Blessed art thou, the I, Adonai, I Elohim, King of the universe, of the universal King. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech ha'olam, who at thy word bringest on the evening twilight, with wisdom openest the gates of the heavens, and with understanding changes times and various the seasons, and arranges the stars in their watches in the sky, according to thy will. Thou, the eye, createst day and night. Thou, the eye, rollest away the light from before the darkness, and the darkness from before the light. Thou, the eye, makest the day to pass and the night to approach, and dividest the day from the night. Yahweh Baot Adonai of hosts is the I name. El Chai, Wik I am, and El living, the living El, and enduring continually, itinually. Mayest thou reign over us, over I and I, forever and ever. Baruch atah Adonai ha-ma'erib ravim. Blessed art thou, the I, Adonai, Jah Rastafari, who brings on the evening twilight. Ahavata olam Beita Yisrael Amika Ahavta. With everlasting, ever-living love, thou hast loved the Beita Yisrael, the Beita Yisrael, the house of Israel, Amika, the I people. A law and commandments, statutes and judgments hast thou, the I, taught us, I and I. Torah, mitzvot, chukim, mishpatim, otanu. Therefore, Yahweh Eloheinu, Adonai, I and I Elohim, when we lay down and when we, I and I rise up, we, I and I will meditate, will meditate on the I statutes. Yea, we will, I and I will rejoice in the words of the I Torah, the I law and the I commandments forever, forever. For they are I and I life and length of days of I and I days, and we, I and I will meditate on them day and night. And mayest thou, the I, never take away thy love from I and I. Baruch atah Adonai, Ohev Amo Yisrael. Blessed art thou, the I, O Adonai, Jah Rastafari, who lovest thy people, Yisrael. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Hear, O Yisrael, Adonai Jah Rastafari, na Elohim. Adonai Jah Rastafari is one, is the one. Baruch Shem Kvoda Malkuto Le'olam Wa'ad. Blessed be his name, whose glorious kingdom is forever and ever, forever and ever. Ve'ahavta eti Yahweh Eloheka b'kol levaveka u'b'kol nafsheka u'b'kol me'odeka. And thou, the I, shall love Yahweh Jehovah, he who be, the I Elohim, with all thine heart and with all thy soul and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee, I this day, shall be upon thine heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently to thy children. So talk of them when thou sittest in thine beitika, in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up, and thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, upon yadika, and they shall be for frontlets between thine eyes, and thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of beitika, the I house, and upon thy gates. Bisha'areka. And it shall come to pass, if y'all shall hearken diligently to my commandments, which I command you this day, to love Yahweh Elohim, Jehovah Yahweh Elohim, true good, true God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, your psyche, that I will give the rain of your land in its season, the former rain and the latter rain, that I mayest gather in thy corn and thy wine and thine oil. And I will give grass in thy field for thy cattle, and thou shalt eat and be satisfied. Take heed to yourselves, lest your heart be deceived, and ye all turn aside and serve Elohim Acharim, other Elohim, and worship them. And the anger of Adonai Jah Rastafari be kindled against you, and he shut up the heaven, that there be no rain, and the land yield not her fruit, and ye all perish quickly from off the good land which Jehovah giveth you. Therefore shall ye all lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul and in your psyche, and ye all shall bind them for a sign upon your hand, and they shall be for frontlets between your eyes. And ye all shall teach them your children, talking of them when thou sittest in Beiteka, in the I house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou, the I, shalt write them upon the doorposts of Beiteka, the I house, the I beit, and upon thy gates, that your children that your days may be multiplied in the days of your children upon the land which Yahweh, which Jehovah sware to your fathers, your patriarchs, to give them, as the days of Shemaim, the heavens above the earth, the earthly plane. And Yahweh and Jehovah spake to Moshe and Lamor, saying, speak to the Bnei Yisrael, the children of sons of Israel, and bid them that they make them a fringe upon the corners of their garments throughout their generations. And they put upon the fringe of each corner a cord of blue, and it shall be to you for a fringe, that ye that y'all may look upon it and remember all the commandments of Adonai Jah Rastafari, and do them, and that ye y'all go not about after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye y'all used to go astray, that ye y'all may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy, eyeless, set apart to y'all, Elohim, true good, true God. Ani Yahweh Elohim asher hotzeiti etkem me'aretz Mitzrayim lihiota lakem Elohim. Ani Yahweh Elohim. I be he who be we be y'all Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the land of Kemet, to be your Elohim, true good, true God. Ani Yahweh Elohim. I be he who be we be y'all Elohim. Amen. With a emunah, kol zot. True and trustworthy is all this. And it is established with us, with I and I, that He is Yahweh, Jehovah, Eloheinu, I and I Elohim, I and I true good, I and I true God, and there is none beside Him. And that we, that I and I, Yisrael, are Amo, His people. It is He who redeemed us, I and I, from the hand of kings. Even I and I, King, who delivered us, I and I, from the grasp of all the terrible ones. Ha-El, the true good, the true God, who on our behalf dealt out punishment to our adversaries and requited all the enemies of I and I soul, of I and I psyche, who doeth great things past finding out, yea, and wonders without number, who holdeth I and I soul, I and I psyche in life and liberty, and have not suffered our feet, I and I feet to be moved, who made us, I and I, tread upon the high places of I and I enemies, and exalted I and I horn over all them that hated I and I, that hated us, who wrought for us, for I and I, miracles and vengeance upon all Pharaoh, signs and wonders in the land of the children of Cam, the children of Kemet, the children of Ham, who in his rod smote all the firstborn of Mitzrayim of Kemet, and brought forth Amo Yisrael from among them to everlasting, ever-living freeness, who made his children pass between the divisions of the Yam Suf, the Eter Bahir, the Red Sea, the Eritrean Sea, but sank their pursuers and their enemies in the depths. Then his children beheld his might, they praised and gave thanks, young for Isis, to Shemo, his name, and willingly accepted his sovereignty. Moshe and the Bnei Yisrael and the sons of children of Israel sang a song to thee, the I, with great joy, saying, all of them, Ki akamoka ba'elim Yahweh mi akamoka ne itara ba'kodesh nora tehilota ose pele. Who is like to thee, Yahweh, Jehovah, among the mighty ones, mi kamoka ba'elim Yahweh, who is like to thee, mi kamoka, glorious in holiness and islandness, ne idara ba'kodesh, reverent in praises, nora tehilot, doing wonders, ose pele. Thy children beheld thy sovereign power, as thou didst cleave the sea before Moshe. They exclaimed, Ze Eli, Anu, with Amru. This is my El Eli, Haliai, Ze Eli, and said, Yahweh, Jehovah shall reign for ever and ever, Yahweh, Yimloka le'olama wa'ad. And it is said, for Yahweh, Jehovah, hath delivered Yaakov, Jacob, and redeemed him from the hand of him that was stronger than he. Baruch atah Adonai Ta'ala Yisrael. Blessed art thou, Adonai, Jah Rastafari, who hath redeemed Yisrael, Ethiopia. Cause us, I and I, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Jehovah, I and I, Elohim, true good, true God, to lie down in peace, Li Shalom, and rise and raise I and I up, Malkeinu,
O Ainai King Nugusene, Ainai Nugus, to life. Le Chayim. Spread over us, over Ainai, the tabernacle of the peace of the Shalom. Direct us, direct Ainai, right through thine own good counsel. Save us, save Ainai for thy name, for the Hashem's sake, the name's sake. Be thou a shield about us, about Ainai. Remove from us, Ainai, every enemy, pestilence, sword, famine, and sorrow. Remove also the adversity and the adversary from before Ainai and from behind Ainai. Oh, shelter us, shelter Ainai beneath the shadow of the wings. For thou, O El, Ki El, for thou, O El, art Ainai guardian and Ainai deliverer. Ki El, Shomareinu, Uamat Eleinu, yea, thou, Ata, O El, Ki El, Meleka, Chanun, Wirahum, Ata, Ushmora, Tzeyateinu, Ua Boeinu, Lechayim, Ula Shalom, Me Ata, U'ada Aulam, yea, thou, El, art a gracious and merciful King, a gracious and merciful Negus, and guard Ainai going out, and Ainai coming in to life and to peace from this time, from this hour forth, and forever more. Ufrosha Aleinu Sukata Shilomeka. Blessed art thou, the Adonai Jah Rastafari, who spreadest the tabernacle of thy peace over us, over and over Mecca, the people, Yisrael, and over Yerushalayim. Baruch atah Yahweh, ha poresh sukata shalom aleinu, ve'al kol amo Yisrael, ve'al Yerushalayim.
Thank Jah Rastafari.
Jump! Rastafari. Jump! Rastafari. Jump! Rastafari.
Friday. Yay, 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 yay.
Yes, sir. Woody party cut
Shema Yisrael.
The Lord our God,
Adonai Eloheinu,
is one Lord.
Adonai Echad.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house, and on thy gates, my gates. And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently unto my commandments which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn, and thy wine, and thine oil. And I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, and ye turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. And then the Lord's wrath be kindled against you, and he shut up the heaven, that there be no rain, and that the land yield not her fruit, and lest ye perish quickly from off the good land which the Lord giveth you. Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall teach them your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thine house and upon thy gates, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, in the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers to give them, as the days of heaven upon the earth, 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 upon the earth. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a riband of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them. And that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a-whoring, that ye may remember, and do all my commands, and be holy unto your God. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God.
God is watching you.
Lion of Judah Society.
Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom. A song for the days of rest, yeah, inside your home. Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom. Sembet Selam, Shabbat Shalom.
6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest.
Hear me now. Firebone, firebone the whole of them. Firebone, firebone, firebone.
Yeah. Christ be the multitude, the only one who
Whoa. So here, the bread right here. Psalm 17. We'll save in the Sabbath day for the fulfillment in the Shabbat day, right there, as well as that would be a good seal right there. Hail up to Benjamite. Check out Benjamite in the Sabbath day on the YouTube right there. So we'll save that for the seal right here. But here we have a prayer, right? Today's daily psalm according to the royal order. Here we have today's daily psalm. Mizmor Yod Zain. Yod Zain, Yod Zain. Yod, Hebrew, Alpha, Aleph, numerics. Yod has a numerical value of 10, the Hebrew letter Yod. Some say Yud. Yod, Zain, Yud Zain. 10 and Zain. Zain, the seventh letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So 10 and 7. Here, Mizmor Yod, Zain, Yud Zain. Psalm XVII. Here we have a tefillah. Tefillah. Here we have a prayer. Today's daily psalm. Here we have Psalm 17. Hear the right, O Yahweh. Attend to my cry, my shout out. Give ear to my prayer. That goeth not out of feigned lips, deceptive lips. So here, a prayer, tefillah right here. Also, this theme, there's the flight of an innocent, of a tzaddik, right, which is to translate as righteous, vindicated, or even tzaddik, bringing out the context of the innocent, right, and persecuted, falsely prosecuted man for refuge in Yahweh, refuge in he who be, refuge in Adonai, he who be, who knoweth them that are his. All right, so we have this theme, Chavrim, who knoweth them that are his. So here, today's daily psalm according to the royal order. Here we have Psalm 17. It's interesting in the season here, today's daily psalm and the psalms here in the season, especially here in this double portion for the Shabbat. Here we have a double portion Shabbat coming forth for the Shabbat day, namely Tazriya, the 27th sabbatical study, picking up with Leviticus chapter 12, right, to chapter 15, and Mitzorah. But here we have a tefillah. Two more psalms are superscribed by David's prayer, or superscribe David's prayer. Here, let's do this right here. You see right here, we look at the KJV, we have, this is the word here, tefillah. We're just touching on, the principles of tefillah, tefillah, how prayer, based on this Hebrew, Afro-African Semitic reading, how what the word means. Right? Sometimes things don't always translate one to one. Sometimes things are lost in translation. Right? But hopefully ones and ones in the spirit of truth can receive it. The root of it is falal, which means to, in one sense, to intervene, BDB, interpose, pray. The PL sense is to mediate. Check that out. Mediate. What goes on in mediation? All right. So the Hebraic concept of self-analysis and mediation. Also, we see the word in the PL sense to judge, right? Judge. Now, the Het Pa'el sense, right, which is like a reflexive sense, right? The Het Pa'el sense of the word, the build on the verb, the binyami, right, is like the action is like being done to itself. One of the bad kind of mistranslations or false translations is like in Deuteronomy 28 and 68. I know a lot of people, they go there, right? But where it says, and there you shall be sold to your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, right? I think that's het mekartem. So het mekartem, just used as example, comes from the word makar. So makar, the base word, like palal here, the base word. But in the het pa'el sense, the build, it's like ahita makartem. So the translator says, and there you will be sold to your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen. But the Ivrit, the Hebrew sense of it, more properly translated is, and there you would be selling yourselves. Check. So the heat pa'el sense. So if we apply that principle to the word palal, right, that's commonly called prayer, right, almost like interceding with yourself, or you are mediating yourself. Remember we said that prayer, tefillah, is not just beg, 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 right? But it's more the sense of self-analysis coupled with like mediation, right? Mediation, interceding. In a sense, you are really interceding for yourself, right? Real prayer is like almost interceding for yourself, right? And as we study the Psalms, like this Psalm that is themed the prayer, we can hopefully see that for ourselves. So this word here, palal, the root word here, right, is to judge. Notice it says judge in what context? Officially or mentally. What does it mean to judge officially? Well, simply put, to judge officially is by law. So whatever law or rule or regulation that's in effect in that sense is what's official. So in the context of Torah here and this psalm here, in the way, the truth, and life of the King of Kings Christ, here we have judge by officially by way of Torah. Right? So not judging by our feelings. So it doesn't really say about your feelings. Yes, you can feel, but you notice how even David in the Psalms and elsewhere in the scripts, right, is kind of self-regulating. I think that Psalm, what was it, 131, right? Where it says like, I have still and quieted myself, my soul, my psyche, shaviti. I've kind of equalized, leveled up, like you're equal, like you're just, right? So here, prayer has a sense of judgment, right? Judging, like in a sense of self-analysis, right? Almost like mediating for yourself, right? With Hashem, right? And or mentally, also in your mind state. You know what I mean? You know, by extension, when we extend this, then we can intercede for others. Like, how can we intercede for somebody else if we never interceded for ourselves? How can you mediate for somebody else, in a sense, in the principle, if you don't know how to mediate for yourself? This is important teaching here. Not going to dwell on it so much, but have to kind of point it out. Because often when we hear prayer, you can look up prayer. Pray come from the Latin precoris or precarious. Don't sound like precarious. It's like beg, 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 beg. But in the Hebrew sense, there's a mental or a psycho spiritual activity that's going on, where one is judging or self-analysis, right? Self-analyzing themselves officially according to Torah. Almost like, how do I stand according to his word, right? The nearness or the distance, and mentally, right? And therefore, if there's a far distance, like when Dawi says, like save me or do this for me in thy righteousness. There's a couple of places he might say my righteousness, but usually it's vis-a-vis the unrighteousness of others. But when coming to him for something that's a real ask, he's like, in thy grace, right? Almost saying, I really don't deserve it, but you are so graceful, you are so good. So understanding those principles, right, can also help us out, in our mental, right? Can really help with mental health issues. No, for real, right? In the way, the truth, and the life, right? But we're not saying give up on any other sort of medication. It's not doctor's prescription we're giving right here. We're just talking about the physician of physicians, the way, the truth, and life, right? So prayer here is intercession, is supplication. You're interceding for another, or interceding for job people, or for people, or interceding for yourself. You're supplicating. Supplicating is like you're asking for grace. And this is why much things in the Psalms, why the book of Psalms was considered, as Moshiach said to them, and in your law is it not written? Because the Yehudi and the scholars of Torah had already made the connection between, like, the Psalms of David, and Torah, realizing how David truly was a man after Yahweh's own heart. That as he understood something in Torah, right, we see real time where he would apply it to the prayer or praise, right, but the prayer for himself or for others. We touched on that just recently with the hyssop, both pointing to Torah, the use of Torah in the Torah of hyssop, and even in the tazriya, the laws of motherhood, when he says like in sin did my mother conceive me, right? You know, he was shaping in iniquity and sin. If you say, why? So birth is sin? No, it's not saying that. See, in the Tazriya, this is the connected dot here. In the Tazriya, it says that a woman of covenant was to do those things. So if she did not do those things, would it be to her credit or her discredit? You see what I'm saying? So what Dawid was understanding is understanding the rightful application of the intent and the word. That's why he said in the other Psalm 141, he says, may my prayer right be as incense in incense before thee, right? And the lifting up of my hands as the evening sacrifice. Well, we know according to Torah, one had to have incense, incense for certain offerings, and also the lifting up of one's hands as the evening sacrifice, that's the mincha. So it's implying that he did not have those things, but may my prayer be sweet before you, as a sweet savor, right, before him. Because remember the aishans and the offerings and the smell and the spirit, may my prayer in a sense smell well. You know what I mean? You know how when we smell things, it can bring different sentiments to mind. We smell sweet thing, how it affects us. So look, making those connections there. But here we have two more Psalms that's superscribed as a prayer. What other two Psalms besides 17? Psalm 86, right? We have Psalm 86 and we have Psalm 142. So in the book of Psalms, you have three Psalms that is superscribed. This is a Psalm of David, that's a superscription, the title, where it says a prayer, a tefillah. Here in Psalm 17 means Moriod Zain, and also in Psalm 86, as well as Psalm 142. Despite some resemblances in the language of this psalm and the preceding, the psalm before Psalm 16, the atmosphere is very different. So, something we'll mention and we'll show and prove how some psalms are highly connected. Like this psalm is connected to the psalm before it or the psalm after it. Like either they're connected, like kind of a before, after, they go together. One elaborates the theme of the former one, or even sometimes we have a trinity of psalms that all have a build and have a connectedness. But here in Psalm 17, the previous, right, is much different than this one here. In the latter, right, like in the latter, there breathes a spirit of tranquility and assurance in Psalm 16, which is theme happiness through Elohim, happiness through and in the Creator, right? Psalm 16, right? There we had the breath of the Spirit breathing, right? Tranquility, shalom, assurance, always faithful, always sure. But here in Psalm 17, Chavarine, we have agitation and anxiety, stress and distress prevail. The circumstances are similar in Psalm 17 to Psalm 7 and Psalm 9. Take note, Psalm 7 and Psalm 9, the circumstances in today's daily psalm. The writer, the author here, Dawid, right, a tefillah lit Dawid, David, right, is pursued, right, by a band of men that were intent upon his destruction, his deconstruction, his destruction. One person is singled out and compared to a lion, right, eager to rend its prey. We have that in like verse 12. Could this be what when Peter mentioned about the adversary as a roaring lion, right? That one of this band of persecutors, false prosecutors, is compared to a lion, right? Eager to rend its prey. Verse 12. An occasion like the pursuit of Dawid, right? There was the pursuit of Dawid by Shaul, right, in the wilderness of Maon, right? And David was pursued by Saul and his forces. Where do we have this? We have this in 1 Samuel, Shemuel, 1 Samuel chapter 23, verse 25. 1 Samuel, right? 1 Samuel, right? Here we go. 1 Samuel chapter 23, right? Verse 25. Here we go. Just to kind of pre it. Let's pre this verse. Saul also and his men, they went to seek, and they told Dawid, wherefore he came down into a rock Selah, Selah. We touched on this earlier in the Shavua, Selah, right? In the earlier psalm, the Selah, Selah, right? Not Selah, but Selah, right? Rock, right? And abode in the wilderness of Ma'on, right? The habitation, the wilderness, Ma'on, right? And it says, and when Shaul heard, he pursued, right? He pursued after Dawid in the wilderness of Ma'on, right? So here's where David proverbially was on the rock, right? Dawid was on the rock, right? And we talked about this already in the earlier song, right? Yeah, we touched on this one right here in the earlier song, right? Yeah, so yeah, where he made haste to get away. And then that place was called the Selah, Selah ha-Mahalekot, the Selah ha-Mahalekot, right? The rock of escapes, the cliff of escapes, the rock of like escapes, the rock of division can be brought out in that sense right there, the Selah. So this Selah is different than the Selah, Selah. So it's Selah, Selah, and there's Salah, 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 Selah, and Salah, right? One has a A at the end, hard A, and the other has a he, right? Selah, Selah, and one is Salah, Salah, right? So this is rock, and the other one is like an intermission, like an interlude, or like a to the bridge signal, right? So this comes to mind right here, even in today's daily psalm, and often just to pre the K and D, right? A flight of an innocent and persecuted man for refuge in Yahuwah, and he who be who he be, he be he who knoweth them that are his, right? So right here. What was that earlier song? We had touched on the earlier song. We'll find that out right here. But let's get right into today's daily psalm right here, right? You know, some of the further reasonings right here. But first things first, right? Before we get into that, to give a basic here, before we get into a breakdown of the verses, right, and the sections. Overall, we have verses 1 to 5, the plea of innocence. How do you plea? He pleaded innocence. Verses 6 to 9, his petition, his ask. In verses 10 to 12, his enemies are portrayed, right? The poor traits of his enemies are described in verses 10 to 12, right? Then we have verses 13 to 14. There's a tefillah, a prayer, right, for deliverance. And then closing verse 15, is his aspiration. So here, today's daily psalm, Psalm 17, Chaverim. So here we have the, oh wow, let's see what happened. Okay, give me one moment right here. I just chat with you for a moment just to bring up the audibles. We got it on deck, but it has to be brought to the higher deck, higher heights. And okay, we have it right here. Shema Yisrael. Hear this.
Psalm 17.
מזמור י"ז תפילה לדוד.
Hear the right, O Lord, O Lord, O Lord, O Lord.
שמעה אדוני צדק.
Attend unto my cry.
הקשיבה רנתי.
Hear unto my prayer.
האזינה תפילתי.
That goeth not out of feigned lips.
ולא שפתי מרמה.
Let my sentence come forth from my presence.
מלפניך משפטי יצא.
Let thine eyes behold the things that are equal.
עיניך תחזינה משרים.
Thou hast proved mine heart. Thou hast visited me in the night. Thou hast tried me, and shalt find nothing. I am purposed that my mouth shall not transgress. Concerning the works of men, by the word of thy lips I have kept me from the paths of the destroyer. Hold up my goings in thy paths, that my footsteps slip not. I have called upon thee, for thou wilt hear me, O God. Incline thine ear unto me, and hear my speech. Show thy marvelous loving kindness, O thou that savest by thy right hand them which put their trust in thee from those that rise up against them. Keep me as the apple of the eye. Hide me under the shadow of thy wings from the wicked that oppress me, from my deadly enemies who compass me about. They are enclosed in their own fat. With their mouth they speak proudly. They have now compassed us in our steps. They have set their eyes bowing down to the earth, like as a lion that is greedy of his prey, and as it were a young lion lurking in secret places. Arise, O Lord, disappoint him, cast him down. Deliver my soul from the wicked, which is thy sword, from men which are thy hand, O Lord, from men of the world, which have their portion in this life, and whose belly thou fillest with thy hid treasure. They are full of children, and leave the rest of their substance to their babes. As for me, I will behold thy face in righteousness. I shall be satisfied when I awake with thy likeness, 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 with thy likeness.
With thy likeness, wake up, wake up. When I awake with thy likeness, what does that mean, Chabarim? Awake with thy likeness, you mean resembling, right? Be perfect as our Father, Abinu Sheba Shemayim is. So right here, today's daily psalm right here, we have Psalm 17, Mizmor Yod Zayin, Yod Zayin, Yud Zayin, Psalm 17, and it's themed a prayer, a tefillah. Once again, 3 Psalms have that specific theme, right, in the superscription prayer, namely Psalm 17, Psalm 86, and Psalm 142, right? Take note, take note. So right here, tefillah, right? A tefillah lidawid, tefillah. It's a tefillah, it's a prayer, simply a prayer, tefillah, of Dawid, of the beloved, right? Prayer of the beloved. So here's the Aleph verse, right? Tefillah lid Dawid, Shima'ah, Yahweh, Tzedek, Haksheba, Rinati, Hazina, Tifilati, Below Siftei, Mirma. Tefillah, a prayer li for of Dawid. Tefillah li Dawid. There we have the superscription where it says a prayer of David. So that verse right there, that's the title superscription, right? A prayer of Dawid. Here to the first verse. Hear the right, O Yahweh, attend to my cry. Give ear to my prayer. Not out of feigned lips, right? So the right is justice, right? Or the word we have tzedek, right? Justice, rightness, righteousness, right choiceness, rightness, right? Especially what is right in he who be in Yahweh Elohim's sight, without lips of deceit, right? Where it said, not that goeth not out of feigned, the words that goeth are not there, but not out of feigned lips. So I was hearing Alexander Scorby on the read. Of course, he said feigned lips, so the way he said feigned, it sounded like vain, right? Not out of feigned lips or out of like vain lips. So the word here is mirma, right? Deceit, treachery, mirma, in the sense of deceiving, not out of deceiving lips or fraudulent, right? Fraudulent lips or lips of guile. So Rama means to cast, to shoot, to hurl. Rama, as you can see, to throw. It's used in the context of the bow shooters, the shotters, the bow shooters, like the bowmen, like the ancient snipers, the bow shooters, right? So the root sense is to throw, right? The secondary sense of the word is to beguile. So literally is to throw, But in the figurative sense of throwing, right, is like beguiling, deceiving. You're throwing things at somebody. You're misleading. You're dealing treacherously. You're kind of trick trapping them, to hurl, to shoot. The figurative sense here in Strong's says figuratively to delude or to betray. So here, full of this verse, right? The opening verse in the first section, a plea of innocence, his plea of being righteous or innocent, right? Therefore, he should be vindicated. In other words, Shema, Yahweh, Shema. So here, where he says here to hear is from the Shama, from Shama as an imperative, right? Shama means like he heard, he listened, he obeyed. Shema, right? Shema, right, is like to hear, to obey. So here he says to Yahweh to hear. The implication is to obey, right? Shema, Yahweh. Hear, O he who be who he be. We're reading the Hebrew here, so the order of words may be different. Shema, Yahweh. Hear, O he who be who he be. Right? Tzedek. Hear the tzedek. Hear the justice. Hear the rightness, the right choiceness. Hear the righteousness. Right? Translated here as hear the right. Tzedek. Or hear the justice. Hear the right. Only because he and I and we should know, every goodie should know that he has right on his or her side. He dares to supplicate, right? He's daring to supplicate Ha Elohim, right? The creator, the judge, right? For aid, for help, right? Like your honor, right? Hear this, right? So the opening words, Shema. Now, Shema is in the same sense when it says Shema, Yisrael. Hear, Shema, Yisrael. Hear, O Israel. Obey, O Israel. So in this sense, because here's an interesting reasoning, not to get deeply into it right here, but when we read in the Hebrew and the Afro-Semitic, it's like in some cases, the righteous do in a sense command Yahweh, or in prayer, right? It's like hear this, and the implication is obey this, listen to this. Like when one is in court and they make an appeal, right, to the judge, your honor. So here, Shema, Yahweh, hear, O he who be, Tzedek, Hak Sheva, Rinati, Hak Sheva, Rinati, Hak Sheva, and attend Kasha. So we have the word kashab. Kashab also basically has a sense in English of hearing too, but it's more like hearing and being attentive. It's more like the sense of incline thy ear, hak sheva, right? Attend. It has a sense of prick up the ears, really pay attention, right? Really incline your ear, really pay attention. You listen to something and it's really good, you're really inclining your ear. You're like kind of leaning in. This is what the hak sheva. Here he says, Hak Sheva, prick up the ears. Hak Sheva, Rinati. Hear Rinati. Hear my Rina. So Rina here in the KJV is translated as cry. Sometimes we could get the false, like a false positive. We might think it's like boo-hoo-hoo cry. No, it's a Rina. Rina is an interesting word because this word can be used in proclamation of joy, of praise even, but it also can be used in its opposite. It's like a ringing cry, right? Rina. The Hebrew here, Rina, right? In Rinati. So Rina, a cry, a ringing cry, right? Rinati is my ringing cry. It signifies a shrill, like a shrill and a piercing, like a piercing sound that's rung from the heart. Remember when Burhan Selassie, aka Robert Nesta Marley, better known as Bob Marley, said that, like he said he didn't claim to be like a singer, but a wailer, like a wailer. So the Rina can be in a context like wailing. It's not singing. You know how there's some ones and ones even amongst the, the true churches they're not singers in the musical school sense, but their voice, it carries that, that spirit. That's the sense of arena. It's a shrill, a piercing sound that is wrung from the heart and can be expressive, the arena, right? In the sense of rinati, hak sheva, rinati, it can be expressive either of joy or suffering. This is what's interesting about this word here. Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, to the fellow Talmudim disciples that, go there and study, right? In the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, the interesting thing is that it points out like the rina as a vibration. You know how, like Rastafari, of previous tribe will say like the vibes. You know what I mean? Like a vibration, right? It's like a vibration, has a certain vibration, that shrill, that piercing sound that's wrung from the heart, either expressing joy or even expressing suffering, right? So here, to the first part of the verse here, right? The first part of the verse, Shima'ah, Yahweh Tzedek, Haksheba, Rinati, Ha'azina, Tefilati, Below Sifte, Mirma. So here we have the second part here where it says, give ear to my prayer. Ha'azina, Ha'azina, Tifalati. Now, ha'azina come from azan. Azan, the verb ozen. Ozen in Hebrew, ozen, ozen, ozen is the ear. That comes from the root word azan. Azan, the verb to hear, to listen. Now, if you notice already in this first verse, there are three words used that generally could be seen as all saying here. I'm surprised they didn't translate as here in each one, right? I think King James Version, they try to do very good, consider all things considered, right? But Ha'azina has this sense. Strong's bringing out best to the ancient Afro-Semitic root idea, the spirit of it, to expand in the sense of to broaden out the ear, right? To broaden out the ear. You see what it says? To broaden out the ear with the hand. You see that gesture? You put your hand behind your ear and you broaden out your ear, like, huh? Like when you really are listening, you really are perceiving, right? So here he says, ha'azina, broaden the ear, right? Give ear, broaden the ear to filanti, like broaden the ear to my tefillah. Ha'azina to filanti. Below, in no. The next word here is in no. Below, low is not, no. Be in, on, by way of, below, in no, sifte, in no, sifte. So the word sifte comes from safa, sefet, safa, sefet. Now you might see words like that and say, well, is both of those? Well, there's like a male and there's a female form. Just to point that out, right? Just so ones who know, right? Right? This word generally is lip, right? In the natural sense, lip, but it figuratively, it can be language, speech, right? It can be used for land, like the shoreline is like the lip, right? The bank of a river is the lip of the river, the edge, the border, right? So the lip is literal, figuratively language, right? Can also be applied like to the edge, the shore, the bank, like the edge of a cup is the lip of the cup, right? The shore of the sea, right, is the lip of the sea, right? The bank of the river in the Hebrew sense is the lip of the river, right? So the idea of like a terminal, right? Termination. But in the context here, right, it's lip as a natural boundary. Sometimes you got things going on in you, but it's hard to bring it past your lips, right? But once it comes past the lips, like that natural boundary, right? That's why he says right here, below, in no, it's in no, sifte, in no lips of, below sifte, mirma, in no lips of mirma, in no lips of deception, by no lips of treachery, by no fraudulent, not by way of, not in fraudulent, in no fraudulent lips, right? Or lips of fraudulence, right? Or without deceit. Here he, right? And we, I and I take an example, should honestly, amen, admit, right, that every word he utters in his tefilato, right, is truth, is ha-emet, is emet, truth, ha-emet, right, is the truth. It's like go to court and they certain courts, jurisdiction, they make you like swear and all that, right? Like you swear that everything you're gonna say is gonna be the truth and none but but this is what he's saying right here in this one verse right here at the opening verse of the plea of innocence. So we have here in this first verse a plea of innocence. Once again, the full of full, of the Aleph, first verse. Tefillah le Dawi, Shima'ah Yahweh Tzedek, Hakshiva Rinati, Hazina Tefillati, Below Sifte Mirma. Here bringing us to the bait, to the second verse, right? The second verse here. Let my sentence come forth from thy presence, from thy face, from thy perception. Make thine eyes, may thy eyes behold the things that are equal. Here. Mia lefaneka. Me from li of faneka. From of your presence. Like to say from your presence, from of your face. Your face is your perception. Mi lefaneka. From your presence. Your presence is mishpati. Mishpati. My mishpat. What is mishpat? Mishpat is judgment. Right? Judgment. Mishpat. Right? Jehoshaphat. Remember, Valley of Decision. Judgment, decision, ordinance, the act of deciding. Mishpat. Here translated as sentence. Mishpati. Yetze. May my sentence, my judgment come forth. Yetze. Go out, exit, go forth in the sense of like emanate. Right? Go forth. Right? Here. Mi lefaneka mishpati yetze. May my judgment come forth from thy presence, right? Also in the new covenant sense, from thy person, right? Milifaneka mishpati yetze. Aineka. Thy eyes, aineka, thy ein. Here we have the word ein, right? The word ein, aineka, right? The physical eye showing mental qualities, symbolic of the physical eye, Hebraically the mental and the spiritual faculties. Here, speaking to Yahweh, aineka, the eyes. Aineka techezena. Aineka techezena. Right? May thine eyes techezena. May they, right, in a sense, behold. Right? May they chaza. The word chaza is the verb that means to see, perceive, to look, to behold. But this word often is best as like see a vision. Chaza. The book of Revelation is known as the Chazon, from this very root here, in the sense of the revelation, right? May thy eyes, right? May thy eyes, aineka techezena, right? May thy eyes behold, like in the vision, meisharim. KJV says the meisharim are the things that are equal, right? Meishar, right? Singular sense of evenness, uprightness. Meisharim, evennesses, uprightnesses. That which is upright. This word comes from yashar. Yashar from the verb yashar. Meisharim, right? Equities, right? Evennesses, right? Straightness, rectitude, right? Notice when it says rectitude here, it says only in plural with singular sense. This is what we have here, meisharim. Meishar is singular, meisharim is dual plural. But here it's like rectitude, right? That which is right. In the plural, it's using the plural for singular sense, right? A lot of Hebrews like that. That's what we said, the Hebrew Trinity. You know what I mean? The words literally in some cases like thy face, thy faces, thy presence, thy persons, but it's used in a singular sense, right? Shema Yisrael Yahweh Eloheinu Yahweh Echad. Hear, O Israel, he who he be, our Elohim, he who he be, Echad. So the plural, right, with a singular sense, right? The plural with a singular sense. Like Elohim, right, as a title of other Elohim, there are many. But Elohim, right, as a title of Yahweh Eloheinu, he is one, even though the word is a dual plural. So that's the sense of plural, but used in a sense with a single sense, right? So here in this verse here, may my judgment come forth, right? May my judgment come forth from thy presence, from thy presences, from thy face, from thy perception. Milefaneka, mishpati yetze. Mishpati yetze. May my judgment, mishpati yetze, come forth. declare the verdict. Right? So in this plea of innocence, in this prayer, right, Dawid and I here is basically saying, declare the verdict, O Yahweh, make it known to the men and the people who hunt I down. Here. Milifaneka mishpatiya yetzei, right? Aineka te chezena mesharim, right? May thine eyes, aineka, Techezena, may they, right? May they behold Mesharim, equity, right? As the all-wise Shofet, Ha-Shofet, the judge who looks into men's hearts, into men's minds, and discerns where Mesharim, where equity, where evenness, where uprightness is to be found, whether in making this appeal here, or in my adversaries. So he's actually presenting his case and say, find it, may your eyes see in who is the equity, is the Mesharim, and who is the evenness, the uprightness, the straightness, the equity, right? In me, in I, or in I adversary. So once again, right here, milefaneka mishpati yetze, aineka techezena mesharim. Here, Chaverim, the Gimel Gama verse, third verse right here. Thou hast proved mine heart. Thou hast visited in the night. Thou hast tried me. Shalt find nothing. I am purposed. My mouth shall not transgress. This is a big verse right here, right? Just what he's saying and the meaning. He says right here, Bahanta libi, Bahanta libi. You have tried libi, my heart, my mind. Pakata Laila, visited in the night. Seraftani, and you have kind of like refined me, like purged me. Sarafta, you have purged I. Saraftani. Bala timsa. Bal, like absolutely not. Timsa, you will find. Bal timsa, you like not find. Absolutely not find. Right? Zamoti. Bal ya abarpi. You will not find, right? Like basically nothing wrong. For I have, what he says right here, I have purpose. Zamam. Now, this is an interesting word, zamam. Here we have zamoti, right? Basically, I have thought, I've devised, I've planned, I've considered, I've purposed, right? In some cases, this is like with evil intent, but here Dawid is using it in the flip mode with good intent, right? But it's like really planned. It's like kind of a plan, right? As it says right here, usually it's in a bad sense, right? But here Dawid kind of like flips up the rhetoric, right? And it brings out the forcible idea of like purpose. Like I have thought with a purpose that should not pass my mouth, right? That I did not have a thought, a purpose. Now there's another way of kind of bringing this out right here, but I just want to go over with the KJV to get the basic kind of compare and contrast. And here let's go through just the parts of the breakdown. A better translation of this, somewhat Hebraically, would be this: Thou hast tried my heart, yes. Thou hast visited it in the night. Thou hast tested me, right? And thou findest not, and you're not able to find. You won't be able to find. You have not able to find. Baal Timsah, that I had a thought that should not pass my mouth, right? That I had a thought that should not pass my mouth. Baal Ya'abar Pi, right? That which will pass P, the pet. The pet here is the mouth, pet, fat, the mouth, right? So here, just in breaking this down here, a couple of key parts of this. Thou hast proved, right, my heart, right? Here it says prove Bahan, right? Here we have Bahanta, right? Bahan, from Bahan is to examine, right? To scrutinize, to examine, to put to the test, to make trial of. But notice this word Bahan is often used of testing metals. In the figure of speech, Hebraically is to investigate. You have investigated my mind, my heart, my, Bahanta libi, pakata laila, pakata, right? You have pakad, you have attended to, you have visited, right? It's brought out as visited. But let's scroll down here so you can get a context of this, right? To visit, right? You see what it says to visit? It can be with friendly or hostile intent. Right? I often use the example of the undercover boss. Like when the undercover boss, like he goes to or he or she goes to their business and nobody know they're the boss. So what they're doing is observing, right, how the employees function. And those who are really sincere and loyal in their duty, right, he rewards them. And those who were not, he punishes them. So there's like it's like visit, like to visit, to charge, you know what I mean? To kind of like oversee, like an overseer overseeing something. So here it's like Dawid is saying, well, you have visited me, right? Right? Either with good or hostile intent. You visited me in the night when you're trying me, like testing the metal, right? The metal of who I am, right? Here, bringing out this metallurgic kind of connection. Pakata Laila, right? You visited me in the Laila. Pakata Laila, right? So we have Laila, we say Laila Tov, good night, right? A visit to me like in the night seasons, right? Pakata Laila, Saraftani, Sarafta, right? You have tried, Saraf, you have what? You have smelted me, refined me. So this word also is used for testing metal. Notice to fuse. This more is like fusing metal, right? Or refining metal. So here he says, Sarafta, the I male has refined ani, me. Saraftani, right? And then he says, shall find nothing, right? Shall find nothing. Baal team sa, right? And then KJV says, on purpose, my mouth shall not transgress. Here the Hebrew says, Zamoti, Bal Ya'abor Pi. Zamoti, Bal Ya'abor Pi. Zamoti, Bal Ya'abor Pi. Right? That it should not transgress Abar. You see the word Abar? That's the root of Hebrew, Abar, to cross over. It will not cross over like, that no purpose, like nothing wrong gonna come out my mouth. Right? I'm gonna put a guard, in other Psalms of David, he says, put a guardian at my mouth. Right? Check my speech, word sound. But when does this happen? This happens by Lila, in the middle of the Lila, right? Or no, in the night, right? When men devise their plans. So the night, the Lila, there's three forms of it in the Hebrew: Lail, Lael, and Lila. You find in the biblical Hebrew three forms of it. Lila is like the basic form, but it also can be said as Lail, right? And Lael. Like it's kind of the long form, Lila. The shorter form, Lail. The shorter form still, Lael. Lila, Lail, Lael. Right? So here, in the night, when men devise plans, like in Psalm 36. Psalm 36, around about verse 4, Hebraically verse 5, he claims that he, right? So the claim here is that he and I and we has successfully passed this strict test of his heart. His heart is being tried, right? Like trying metal, right? Like as metals are tried. Remember we talked about in the tabernacle, like the different metals represent the Hebrew commodities. That brass represents judgment, silver represents redemption, and gold represents divinity in man or divinity in manifestation, right? So you have tried me, right? The strict tests of my heart, my mind, my innermost of my innocence, because his conscience. Why and how can Dawid say this right here? He can say this because his conscience is clear. Bahanta libi pakata laila. Saraftani baltim sa zamotia balya borpi. Here, moving on to the Dalet, to the fourth verse, opening first 5 verses, the plea, opening up this strong plea of innocence, right? Of basically being tzaddik, right? So he's showing his tzedek or his righteousness, so the judge can judge, right? Accordingly, concerning the works of men, by the word of thy lips I have kept right? Right, from the path of the destroyer, right? A little more better. As for the doings of men, by the word of thy lips, I've kept myself from the ways of the violent, from the ways of the perites, the violent, the breaker, the robber, the murderer. But this is more like the one who parat, the one who breaks through, who breaches, right? Who breaches. So let's bring out the Hebrew here. Leaf ulot, leaf ulot adama, bia debara, sifateka, ani shamarti, archota parit, ani, I, shamarti, I've guarded. Now the word kept, right, is the word shamar. Shamar means to keep, to guard, to observe. But the root sense of this, getting back to the ancient, right, sense is to hedge about with thorns, right? So the sense is to protect, to tend to. So when it says here, like, look at the KJV, me from is not there in the Hebrew, right? So if you read it without it, it says like, I have kept the path of the destroyer. I've kept the paths of the, it doesn't mean keep in that sense. It means like I've guarded, like I've watched, I pre them. I pre the path of the violent ones. You know, think about Dawid in the mountains and running from Shaul, right? Sometimes they were looking for David and his men, and David and his men were already looking for them, like we already were seeing them. While they're looking, you know, like imagine somebody looking for you and you got your eyes on them. You're right behind them. They don't see that. That's what I mean by keeping. I've kept the way, right, the paths of the violent, not keeping them like to do them, but I'm on the lookout, right? Ani shamarti archota paritz. So here, li, my fi'ulot, concerning the pe'ula. Here point as fi'ula, also pe'ula, right? Pe'ula, right? Li pe'ulot, the work, the habitual works that are done, the works, the labor. Pa'al right here is a systematic, habitual, the practice, right? The practice, the systematic. This is like to work, but it's like almost like what one does by habit, systemically, habitually, what one's practice. Fi'ulot. Lifulot Adam. The works of who? The works of Adam, right? The works of Adam, the doings of Adam, right? Be debara sifateka, by the word of the eye lips, saying to Yahweh, by the words of sifateka, your lips, ani, I myself, shamarti, I've guarded, right, archot, right, the paths, paritz, right, of the violent. You know what I mean? You know, the sense of that is in the second sense, like ISV brings it out pretty well for English, like it's essential to avoid, right? But how does he do this? Be debar sifateka, be debar, by the debar. In the beginning was the word was with God, and the word was, right, Elohim, right? The speech, the word, right? This is that word, the word that became flesh. Here he's saying, be debar sifateka, right? By the word of thy mouth, the word of that slika, of thy lips, obedience to Yahweh's will. He's declaring his obedience, his fidelity to Yahweh's will. He and I had not adopted the ways of the lawless, the Torahless, that his adversaries, right? You know, his adversaries in the paths of the destroyers, the archot, parit, that they had followed. He's not following their paths, keeping, guarding himself from that. Lif ulot adam be debara sifateka. Ani shamarti archot paritz. Right, here, to the fifth, and here we fulfill here the plea of innocence. Here at this fifth verse right here, right? He says, hold up my goings in thy paths, right? In thy paths, right? My footsteps slip not, right? Now, this is interesting right here. Can we just go back for a moment right here and look at this? Notice the word paths here is orach. Archot orach, a path. Archot, paths. Right? I want you to notice that. You see the KJV? Right? The KJ, this is like a road, right? A trodden road. Paths, right? That's verse 4. Over here in verse 5, we scroll down here and it says, hold up my goings in thy paths. But look over here. The word over here is the ma'agal. Ma'egal, ma'egala. Ma'egal, ma'egala. Right? Ma'agal, ma'egal is like, it's like an entrenchment. It's like a track, but because of the root of the word, it's like a circular track. It's a track, but it's a circular track. Right? As it says right here, track, literally or figuratively, a rampart, but as circular. So notice that in the English, both verses had paths, but they were two different kind of paths. The archot, there was the archot of the parits, of the destroyer, the violent. And here, right, is speaking about Yahweh's path. Let's bring out the Ivrit, the Hebrew here first. It says, Tamok, Asherai. Tamok, Asherai, Be ma'igoloteka. Be in ma'igoloteka. So here's the plural sense of the ma'igal. Ma'igal, ma'igala. Here we have the plural ma'igoloteka. 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 Your paths. Right? But these are like circular paths. So it's meaning that Yahweh is like, he has cipher. It's like Yahweh ciphers his circular paths. Right? He says tamok. Right? From tamak, we're here as like a command. Tamok, the I male, grass. Tamok, hold. Tamok, right? Like to hold fast. Like somebody's like, tamok, like, like you don't want them to let you go. Tamok, right? Keep fast, right? Follow close, right? Keep close, but hold firm, like hold fast. Tamok, asherai, right? Hold what? Asherai. So Ashur is like a step, a going. Ashur, right? A going, right? Ashur, a going, right? A step. It's from Ashar, Ashir, to go straight, to walk, to make progress, right? And also it's the word for like the beatitude. The beatitudes, right? Like the first psalm more properly is happy is the man. Ashrei, Haish, right? To be straight, right? Used like to be level, to be right, to be happy, figurative, like to go forward, to be honest, and therefore to prosper, right? So here in this first part of the verse, he says, Tamok Asherai, uphold my Ashur. So Asherai is like my goings, my proceedings, right? Tamok Asherai be ma'igoloteka, in your paths, in your ma'igala, in your ciphers, right? Because the word ma'agal comes from agol. Agol mean round, right? To revolve, right? To revolve, right? To revolve, to be circular, to go round, right? We call it his ciphers, right? So Tamok Asherai b'ma'igoloteka bal namotu fi amai. Baal namotu fi amai, right? So that namotu, right? So that like not slipping, right? Not slipping. Bi'al, al, meaning not. Bi'al, that's Baal, namotu, namotu, right? From mot, means slip. Namotu is the nifil, the nifal. You see the nifal, right? So the word is mot, but yet we said namotu, right? Because that's in the nifil sense, to be shaken. They shaken, they move, they overthrown. Baal, like not, right? Namotu, they being shaken. Fit amai. Baal namotu fit amai. What is fit amai? Pa'ama, fit amai. Here is a beat, a stroke, like a footstep in a sense. That stroke. One time, like the stroke, a beat, right? But it has a sense of a beat. Like a stroke, a beat. Like if you tap in, like, oh, somebody walking, you know what I'm saying? In that sense, right? My steps, my steps. So thy paths, he kept steadfastly to the tracks, the cypher's tracks, to the ma'agalot, the circumvallation, the ciphers, right? The tracks, right? The tracks that was marked out for him by Yahweh Eloheinu as distinct. Notice this is distinct from the so-called paths, right? The paths of the violent that we had in the previous verse, right? What's called the Archot Paritz. Here, Tamok Asherai, Bemagaloteka, Baanamotua Famai. Here, this brings us now to the next section right here, verses 6, right? 6 to 9. This is his petition. This is the petition. So the first was the plea. You go to court. How do you plead? Right? So those 5 verses there. Here, bringing us to verses 6 to 9. His petition. Right? Here, I have called upon thee, for thou wilt hear me. Right? O El, Almighty El. Al means not. El means the power. Ayel. Right? Ayel, El. Right? Incline thine ear to my speech. The words in here is not there. Here. Ani kratika. For I have kara to the ka. I have called out. Kara means to call out, to recite, to read, cry out, to proclaim. The sense here is like I've called upon thee with the name of Elohim, right? As we have from the very beginning, right? In the very beginning of the psalm right here, right? We have the name, right? Shema'ah, Yahweh Tzedek, here, right? Here, oh, he who be, the tzedek, the justice, the right. So here in verse 6, the petition, right? The she'ela, the ask. What is the ask? Anik ratika. I've called upon the eye, even upon the eye by name. Ki, right? Because ta'aneni, for you will ta'anan ani, for you will hear, answer, respond to ani. You will respond to me. You will hear me. More the sense of ana. When it says ta'aneni, you will ana, right? You will answer, respond, testify, speak, shout, right? You will witness, you respond, like almost respond as a witness to me, right? Here it says kia ta'aneni, El, Almighty, hata ozneka, oz, oh Almighty One, incline your ozen. Ozneka, your ozen, your ear, right? Li, to me, for me, on my behalf. El, hata azneka, li, shema, hear, right? Shema, hear, obey, hear. Imrati, hear, to say implied shema, to hear, to obey, right? Imrati, hear my speech. Right? So here's the Imra. Imra. Imra is a speech, an utterance, right? The word, in a sense of like the word of Elohim, the utterance. We can apply it to Torah as well, but this word Imra is more like a speech, right? So right here. Anik ratika, kia ta'aneni, el hat oznekali, shema imrati. Here. As for me. The sense of this, now if you notice, he was speaking before in the first part, and he begins off here, ani, I. As for me, I myself. As for I myself, karatika, I will call upon the I, ki ta'aneni, for you will honor I. You will answer, respond to I, El, right? Almighty One. Hat ozneka, incline thy ear, thy male ear, to me or for me on my behalf. Hat ozneka, li, shema'a, imrati, right? Shema'a, hear, right? Imrati, hear, like listen, in a sense, obey, right? Like to answer, like to hear, obey, right? My utterance, right? So because I am, right, conscious of my integrity, that's what the first 5 verses was in the plea of innocence, right? I'm conscious of my integrity, right? Therefore, I pray for Yahweh Eloheinu's, our Elohim's help in I trouble. Confident, always faithful, always sure that it will be granted. There's a firmness, assurance. He says, Anik ratika kiyata aneni el hat auzneka li shima'ah imrati. As for me, I will call to the eye, call upon the eye even by name, and thou will answer I, O El Almighty. Incline thine ear to I, right, and hear Shema, Shema Imrati, and hear my speech, right? Here, verse 7, the Zain verse right here, Zion, show thy marvelous loving kindness, O thou, the eye that savest by thy right hand, them that put their trust, right? Those who place their trust from those that rise up. Those who place their trust, the in thee is not there. From those that rise up against them is not there. So it's like shorter lines and more like, in a sense, to the point, where he says, O thou that savest by thy right hand, those that put their trust from those that rise up. Right? So here, you know, Hafle Chasadeka, Hafle Chasadeka Moshiach. Hosim, Mia Mita Komemima Bia Mineka. So Hafleya Hasadeka. Hafle. Let's bring the Hafle, marvelous. Remember we talked about the Fala, to make distinct, to distinguish, but having that sense, is there anything too wonderful? Anything too difficult? You know, that verse that says, is there anything too difficult for Yahuwah? This is that word. Ha-filet, like how, like marvelous. Ha-filet, right? Hafle. Here he says chesed, right? Here we have the sense of, right here, chasadeka is your loving kindness. This is probably the best translation, but sometimes it's translated as mercy. Same word. We have to come again. Apologies, brothers and sisters. I kind of plucked this connection string, right here, right, in the excitement, and it kind of went off. So give me one moment to bring up the screen again, right? One moment to bring on the screen again. Chavarine, right here. Hafle. How marvelous. Hard to understand, hard to comprehend. But he who he be, the creator, he knows. Right, so right here, right? So it says, shew thy marvelous loving kindness, right? It doesn't really say show there, right? It doesn't really hafle, right? Almost like make wonderful. It has a sense of a hafle, like make wonderful. Chasadeka, hafle chasadeka, Moshiach. Now Moshiach, this is interesting too. Moshiach. It literally says Moshiach. Let me see if any of them bring it out. What we're seeing there, Moshiach, right? Messiah. It's actually saying not Messiah, but Savior. Moshiach. So we have Moshiach. Here we go, right here. I'll highlight it for you. This is the word Moshiach. It comes from the root Yasha, but here we have Moshiach. Moshiach is the one who, right, who Yasha, who saves. So here it says Moshiach. He is the savior of the trusters, right? He is the savior of the Chosim, of those who chasa, those who seek, who flee to him, who trust in Elohim, who confide, who expect in Yahweh. It has a twofold sense. Literally, who flee, like you flee somewhere for protection. In the figurative sense is you confide, right? You confide in, right? Confide in him. So the translation is somewhat roundabout when it says show your marvelous, right? Yeah, all of that right there. But actually, I don't know why they didn't translate as Moshiach Chosim. He is the Moshiach, the savior of the Chosim, the savior of those who take refuge, the savior of those who trust, right? The trusters. Moshiach Chosim, right? Me from Mitak Omamim, from those that kum, from those that Mitak Omamim, right? Here we have Mitak Omamim. Let's bring that out from those who kum. Mitak Omamim. This is in the Heat Pa'el sense, right? The heat pa'el sense. Mitak omamim, right? Those who raise, you say what it says heat pa'el is to raise oneself up. So because it's talking about them, right? This is a reflexive sense. It's like they raise themselves up, like who rise themselves up. See, those who trust in Yah who will humble themselves because it's in Yah's way, truth, and life, right? But then you have the mitak omamim, those who themselves, those who rise up, who rise up themselves, right? To say like big up themselves. So here, let's bring this out right here, right? So what do we have here? An alternative translation, right? We could call this the Yadin translation. Hafle chasadeka, right? Make wonderful, past understanding. So, and distinguishable, but hard to understand. Wonderful, right? Hafle chasadeka. Make wonderful your chasadim, right? Your wonderful, your loving kindnesses, right? Moshiach Hosim, the Savior of the trusters. Moshiach Hosim, Mitak Omamim, from those that raise themselves up. Be mineka, right? Against thy right hand, right? Against thy right hand. So it has a different sense actually in the Hebrew, right? Looking at it. But some bring this out as make passing great, right? Or make it wonderful your mercies. O thou that savest, Moshiach, right? Moshiach Hosim. So they kind of flipped it roundabout, right? From the assailants, from assailants, those who assail them or who rise up against them, right? Right? That take refuge in thee. Now that's the kind of translation there, but they take a lot of liberties. That's why the in thee and the against them is not there, right? And it's somewhat awkward if you read it without that. That's put there as a prop, but it's not really a proper translation. Hafle chasadeka, make wonderful, right? Make marvelous your loving kindnesses. Moshiach, Hosim, the Savior of the trusters, Hosim. Mia mitak omamim, from those who rise up. Be mineka, right? By thy right hand, right? But those that rise up, in a sense, by thy right hand is both they rise up, they exalt themselves against his right hand, right? But we know that the Savior, he saves by his right hand. So it's like a right hand in a twofold sense. Make marvelous, hafle, intervene in a special way on my behalf is what he's asking. Hafle, chasadeka, right? Show forth in a wonderful way your loving kindness, right? Be mineka, against thy right hand, right? Or in thy right hand. The right hand is a symbol of overwhelming might. We know this from Psalm 20, round about verse 6, Hebraically verse 7, and from Exodus, the Song of the Sea, the Exodus Psalm, right? In Exodus chapter 15, Chabarim, verse 4. Once again, before we move forward, Hafle Chasadeka, Moshiach Chosim, Mia Mitak Omamim, Bia Mineka. Here to the 8th verse, the Chet verse right here, 8th verse right here. Keep me, this is the petition, keep I as the apple of the eye. Hide I under the shadow, right? Under the shadow of thy wings. Shamreini, Shamar, guard, hedge, Shamar, Ani, guard I, hedge I about. Shamreiniya Ishon, like the Ishon, Bata Ain, like the Ishon, daughter of the eye. I know it sounds like, right? Daughter of the eye, Ishon, right? Ishon, Bata Ayin. Ishon, Bat Ayin. So what do we have here? We have the Ishon. Ishon is the pupil of the eye, right? But it's from the word Ish, right? Which means man. Ishon. What Ishon is called in the Hebrew, we call this a little man of the eye. You know that you can be so close to somebody. You ever been so close to somebody, you look them in the eye and you see your reflection? Has that ever happened? Like you're so close to somebody and you could see your own reflection in someone's eye? That's what the Ishon is, right? Also, the Ishon is the middle of the night, the deepest black part of the night, the darkness before the light, right? But it's the pupil of the eye, like looking into the black part of the eye, right? You know, the black part of the eye, whatever color, there's always, here we go, the little man of the eye, the Ishon, because this word is from the word Ish, which means man, Ish, higher man, actually. Ishon, the little man of the eye. That's the pupil, the ball of the eye, and also it has a figurative sense of the middle of the night, the dark part of the night, the Ishon. So here it says, Shamreini ka, guard me, keep me, ka, as Ishon, as the Ishon, bat ayin, bat ayin. What is bat ayin? Bat is daughter, right? The daughter, right? The daughter, the bat ayin, right? And we have ayin here is the eye, right? Daughter of the eye, right? Because that's what the pupil. So in the Hebrew, the idiomatic way to say the pupil is the Ishon bat ayin, right? The little man, daughter of the eye. I know one's could, we could reason on that right there. The pupil of the eye, upon whose soundness sight depends. If one gets like a mark, like say something on the white part, the sclera, like the white part of the eye, you can still move the eye around. It doesn't affect your sight. But if one gets like something on the pupil, this affects your sight. So the pupil of the eye, right, the Ishon bat ayin, right, upon that depends the soundness, the healthiness, right? Sight depends on that. And therefore, something to be protected with the utmost care. Like somebody, not the eye, like, like somebody get close to your eye, like anything happens, you know what I mean? Know what I mean? Right there. We have this idea, Ka'ishon bat ayin, the little man, right? The bat ayin, daughter of the eye. Speaking of the pupil of the eye, we have it in Deuteronomy 32 and 10, just for a point of reference, right? So here, first part of the verse, first phrase of the verse, Shamreini Kaishona Bata Ayin, Bitzela Kanafeka Tastereini, right? So Bitzel in the cell, in the shadow, in the cell. What is cell? Cell is shadow, shade, right? So it says Bitzel in the shadow, kanafeka, in the shadow of thy kanaf, right? Wings, kanafe, the wings of ka, the eye male wings, in the shadow of thy wings, right? Thy wings. Interesting note that the skirt, the corner where the fringes go on the garments in Hebrew, that's also known as the kanaf or kanafe, right? Kanafim, the wings, right? So here it says Bitzel in the shadow, kanafeka, in the shadow of thy wings. Bitzel kanafeka tastirei ani, right? What's tastirei? Tastirei comes from satar, but right? Tastirei, right, is like to hide me, right? Hide eye, right? Conceal eye, right? Hide eye in the shade, the shadow of thy wings. Full of the verse. Shamreini akaishon bat ayin, bitzel knafeka tastereini. Here, shadow of thy wings, sel kanafeka, as the mother bird. You ever see a mother bird? How a mother bird guards her young? The phrase is common in the Salsa. We have this phrase being quite common in the Salsa and other areas of scripts, right? The shadow. Remember what Yahweh brought out the Israelites? He said, see how I brought you out on the wings, right, of the eagle, right? So it compares Yahweh's love for his people, right, almost in the likeness of a mother bird. A mother bird guards her young, right? So the phrase common in the Psalter in the book of Psalms. So here, Shamreini Kaishona bat ayin, Bitzel knafeka tastereini. Here to the ninth verse. So now with this ninth verse, We complete the second section, verses 6 to 9. His petition, the ask, she'ela. What is your she'ela? She'ela, the ask, a petition. What's the ask? Ask and answer. From the wicked, this is what he's asking, and I from the ratchet that down press me. They don't press me up, they push me down, that down press me. My deadly enemies compass me about. My deadly enemies. Here, the Hebrew sense, they waste me, right? They waste me. They try to waste mine, right? My enemies against the soul. You see that right there? It didn't come out in translation. We're going to look at the Hebrew here. The Hebrew brings out my enemies against the soul, against my psyche. They're trying to psych me out. They're trying to mentally damage me, right? Mipane rishaim, from the face. So when it says from, somewhat poor there, it's the word panim, face, faces, presences, persons, right? Here, mipane, from the faces, the presence of the rishaim. Rishaim is the plural of Rasha. Rasha is the wicked, the criminal. As we learned from the Pesach Seder, the child who's Rasha is not called wicked or criminal yet, but they are defiant. If they continue in their defiance, they will be wicked and criminal because they be hostile to Yah's way, truth, and life. But here, mipnei rishaim, from the face of the wicked ones, right? Mipnei rishaim zu, right? Zu is interesting. Zu, it's only say this is they, like this is they. Mipnei rishaim zu, mipnei rishaim zu. Shaduni, zu, they, themselves, this is they, Shaduni, that Shadad, they deal violently, Shadad, right, they destroy, Shadad, Shadu, they assault, Ani, Shaduni, they assault, they devastate me, they try to be burly, they try to act like they're powerful, right, be powerful, they try to ravage, right, they try to assault me, right? They're violent to me. They spoil me, right? To deal violently with I, right? Shadu me. They despoil I. Shadu ni. They devastate, ruin. You get the idea. Shaduni, zu, shaduni. Oibai, my enemies of, right? My enemies, be nefesh, against soul. They are my enemies, oibai, my enemies, oyebs, oibai, my enemies, oyeb, an enemy, oibai, my enemies. They are oibai benefesh. What? They are oibai benefesh. They are enemies against, you see the word deadly? The word deadly, that's a false translation there. It says, my deadly enemies. And the Hebrew is benefesh, against the soul, against the psyche, in a sense, against my breath, right? Since nafash is the root. Here is nefesh. They're against the soul, right? They're against the psyche. They're against the mind, the emotion. That's why I say they're trying to psych I and I out, right? Mi pnei rishayim, zu shaduni oibai, benefesh, ya kifu, alai, ya kifu, what they do? Ya kifu, right? Ya kifu, they nakaf. Yakifu come from nakaf. They strike off. Look. They strike off the skin. Whoa, right? They go round. They compass. This is a sense that brings it out. They go round, right? Yakifu, alai. They go around, alai, against I, above I. They strike with more or less violence. They beat. They fall on I. They attack me. They knock, right? To knock together. They surround and circulate. So imagine like you're going around one and beating them. You know what I'm saying? You know, like circle the wagons and beat and assault. This is the sense, but he's like they're like coming from like above, right? They're raising themselves up. So it's a lie, like it's against I, but it's also almost like above and against I. You know, like if they had their way, you know, they would stomp me. You know what I'm saying? You know, when they stomp somebody, you know, like they have them and everybody gets the kicks in. That's what they try to do to I and we. Mipnei rishai zu shaduni oibai benefesh kifu alai. Here, my deadly enemies, the Hebrew is my enemies, oibai, oivai. What they're my enemies, be in, against, to say the peril of, my nefesh. They're the enemies against soul. They're the enemies against the soul. They're the enemies against the psyche. They're the enemies against the mind. They're enemies who demand my life, but first they're trying to psychologically psych me out and crush me, right? This in this verse right here. Once again, mi pnei rishaim zu shaduni oibai ben nefesh yakifu alai. Here we have verses 10 to 12. Next section, just a couple. We only go up to verse 15 here in this psalm. So just a little more. Here, his enemies, the enemies are portrayed, or we call this the portraits, right? The portraits of the enemies. Not portrait, but the portraits. They are enclosed in their own fat. With their mouth, they speak proudly. Now, see, it's Dawid. This is a tefillah le Dawid. Tefillah le David. This is a prayer of David, right? Man after Yahweh Adonai's own heart. Notice what he says. He says they are enclosed in their own cheleb. Y'all, Torah observant, fellow Chaverim, Talmudim, brothers and sisters. The fat, what is done with the fat? What is done with the fat, right? According to the tabernacle type. Isn't the fat burnt? The fat is burnt, the cheleb, right? The cheleb, the fat, right? Now, there's a positive sense of fat, but in this context, by the context of the psalm, they are enclosed in their own fat, right? See, in the offering, the fat is separated, the fat and the blood, and the fat is burnt, right? So this fat kind of like prevents them, you know what I mean, from getting it, right? It's like fat head, like thick head, like chelbamo, their fat, chelbamo, their cheleb, fat, chelbamo, their fat, cheleb, fat, chelbamo, the cheleb of amo, right, in the sense of the suffix, chelbamo, their fat, sagru, pimo, sagru. So here we got that enclosed. Sagar, sagru is closed up, is shut up, close up, the sense of imprisoned, shut up, figuratively surrendered. They're surrendered to the fat, right? Remember, we're not supposed to eat fat and blood. You check that? Chelbamo sagru pimo, their peh is their mouth. Peh, pimo, their mouth, right? So it's like they all have one fat, right? And they all have one mouth. Chelbamo sagru. Pimo dibru. Their mouth speaks, the bar. Pimo dibru. Their mouth, the bar, dibru. Their mouth speaks, right? Begeut. Vigeut. Their mouth speaks the geut. What is geut? Their mouth speaks geut. Their mouth speaks majesty, in the sense of like a rising up, like a column of smoke. Notice how the words that Dawid chose here, it kind of reflects, because he's speaking to Yahweh. He knows Yahweh's going to understand his meaning because he's going into Yahweh's word and kind of seasoning it with certain words and closing their fat. What? In their fat. Another way of bringing it out is like this right here. Their gross heart. That's a fat there. Their gross heart, right? They have shut tight. With their mouth, they speak proudly. They speak swelling up. Pridefully. Right? In other words, the geud is not a bad word, but it's a bad word for them. Seeing who they be. Right? So right here, chelbamo sagru, pimo dibru big geud. Here, let's break this down. The fat, right? Cheleb, modern Hebrew, chelev, right? Ancient pointing, cheleb, the fat. Especially the fat that's attached to the midriff. This is the part of the body that the Easterners in the Orient, the east of the River Nile, and going to Afro Arabia and even into the Far East, that there. In that region, they regard it as a seat of emotion. So the cheleb was regarded by the Easterners, called like the Orientals, not speaking about Asians or Japanese, Chinese exclusively, but everything from east of the River Nile across Afra, Arabia, Ethiopia, all the way to the Far East is what's known as the Orient, right? The Easterners, right? They regarded, right, the fat, right, that midriff, right, in the midsection as a seat of emotion. Now that explains why the fat was removed from the offering and burnt. You know what I mean? Like burn a feeling, on a certain level where it go contrary to Yah's way, truth, and life. It was cut out, right? The sense is not that they have closed their fat, unfeeling heart so much, but that they have shut up their midriff, and thus they are insensible to pity. You see what I'm saying? That the fat here is not that they don't feel, but that they don't feel no pity. They're doing what they're doing, and feel no pity right here. To put it into like more of a Hebraic context right here, and they speak proudly, right? The proud speakers, Pimo, Dibru, Begewa, Begeut, Begeut, right? Because Geut, right, is from right here, Ga, to rise up, to triumph, right? To be lifted up, to be exalted up, right? They think they got the victory already. But here, Chelbamo Sagrua Pimo Dibrua Bigeut. Here to the 11th verse, the Yod Ale verse, his enemies are portrayed. What's the portrait? Like this, like the bolo, right? Just like a bolo. Like y'all would be on the lookout. These are who I'm talking about. They have now compassed us in our steps. They have set their eyes bowing down to the earth. What? They've set their eyes bowing down to the earth. Let's go up here. It says Ashereinu, Ashereinu Ata, Se Babunu, Ayanehema Yashitu. Linatota ba'aretz. Lintot ba'aretz. So what do we have right here? They have now compassed us. Right? They're surrounding us. Right? Sabab. Right? We have the sabab sense. They have like gone around, to go around. Right? They're surrounding us in our steps. Right? Ashur. Right? So we have the word Ashur in our steps. Ashereinu Ata, right? Sibabunu. Let's get that again. Let's bring that out here. No, right here. Sibabu, right? Sibabuni, yeah. Around in the Hebrew sense, it can bring out also me, around us, around me, right? Our every steps. This alluded to Dawid and the men that were with him, who were surrounded and escaped when escape seemed impossible. Like we showed you earlier in just for ones, if ones want to go study it on Shabbat or elsewise, 1 Samuel 23-25, that whole section there, how they escaped that situation right there, right? They have set their eyes bowing down to the earth. Now, this is interesting here. Nata, right? Bowing down to the earth, right? What can this mean right here? Shaul and his followers kept a close watch for an opportunity to seize them. Yes, they set their eyes. But also what we have that's not overtly translatively expressed, they're acting like they're God in a sense. They're bowing down their eyes to the earth, like because they're coming from above. Remember, they're exalting themselves, right? Like they're above. You know what I mean? And now, if they think they're above, they're looking down, right? Like say on Dawid, on his men, or on the righteous, right? This is what is bringing out in the innocence. Ashereinu ata sebabunu, ainehem, their eyes, yashitu, they set, leaned out, right? Bending and inclining, ba'aret, inclining on the earth, on the land, or even against the land, but on the earth, on the land. So what do we have there? We have that there, and then to the 12th verse, Yod Bait, here to bring out the last part of this section right here, the enemies portrayed, the portraits of the enemies. Now here we have one particular one is singled out right here. that was like a lion. Was Dawid talking about Shaul? Like a lion, right? Greedy of prey, hungry for prey, right? And as it were a young lion lurking, right? Lurking, like loitering and lurking in secret places. Here the Hebrew sense, right? The likeness of him, that is, of every one of them. So it takes one person, for example, and say all the rest are just like him. So let me describe this one because the rest of them are like carbon copy. The likeness of him, that is, of every one of them, is as a lion that desires to raven. They're raven, they're craven and they're raven, right? And as it were, a young lion, right, lurking or sitting, right, in secret places. You know, it's like a lion is like a cat, you know, like even like little cats, right? You'll notice when they're like lurking for something on a hunt, sometime they'll just be sitting somewhere, like, you know, like in a secret place, in a little hidden place, just sitting down, right? So when it says lurking, right, it's actually in the Hebrew sitting, right? That's the word here, yashab, to dwell, to sit down, right? You ever notice that? Cats, the big cats and the little cats, they'll be waiting, the little cat wait for a mouse. They'll be over in the corner in the shadow, in the shade, just sitting down. And when the creature comes, it pounces. But here, speaking of these and those, right? So the enemies have this, but this is their portrait, right? It says, Dima Dimyono, right? Dimyono, they Dama, right? Dimyon. So we have Dimyon, right? Dimyon means likeness. Dimyono. So his resemblance, his Dimyono, ka Aryeh is like an Aryeh. Ka like Aryeh is like the Ari. Two ways of saying lion in Hebrew, Ari is like the short and Aryeh, Ari, right? Aryeh, lion, right? The lion, right? From ara to pick, to gather, right? To pluck, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, but here, this is the word for lion, and here it says, ka Aryeh, like a lion, yiksof, which is kasaf. Kasaf means yearning. You know, you have a deep desire, right? Kasaf, longing for. Kasaf, to be pale, right? You pale in a sense for this. You pine away for this. What's interesting is that from kasaf, right? Kasaf is the verb, and then we have the word for silver is kesef. Silver money is kesef. Interesting, ain't that? Kasaf means to yearn for, to have a deep desire, right? You know, the love of money is the root of what? The use of it is good, but the love of the pale, to pine away. So here it says ka'aryeh, as a lion, yiksof. What does Petro Shimon say? He says, and beware of Satan, like a roaring lion. This is the connection here, right? Dim yono ka'aryeh yiksofa. Litrof, to tear in pieces, right? So yiksof, that is eager to yitrof. Yiksof, litrof, that is eager to terof, right? Trof, right? Is eager to tear in pieces, taraf, right? Right? It's not his prey. See, KJV says greedy of prey. It's not really greedy of prey. It is in the Hebrew here, yiksof litrof, is eager to tear. It's eager to taraf, litrof, to tear, to pluck. Notice that pluck. You remember the lion? We went to ara, from aryeh to the root ara, which means to pluck, to gather. Like, you know how you pluck grapes? If you notice, like cats and even the big cats, they do that sometimes when they start to, when they capture, they start to pluck, almost like you pick grapes. But this is also tearing, rending, right? Rending in pieces, providing food, right? To pluck off, to pull, right? To pull right here. So it's like a lion that is eager, right? Is eager to tear in pieces. Then it says right here, where ki kafir, wiki kafir, wiki kafir, wiki as a kafir, kafir. So here we have the kafir, right? Kafir. Kafir is the young lion. This word, twofold truth, is a young lion, kafir, and villages are also referred to as kafir, kafir, right? Kafir. But in the context here, the kafir is a young lion because like a village is usually like covered over or covered in by walls. Similarity as a young lion often is covered over with a mane, right? The young lion is covered over by a mane, but the kafir is a young lion. Wiki kafira yosheb, and like the young lion that yosheb is seated up, right? Be in misatarim, be mistarim, that is seated up in the mysteries, or mistarim. To say secret places, mistatir, mystery, right? Be mistarim, right? In the places that are satar, mistar. You see mistar? Mistar. Like I've said before, some say that try to say Hebrew come from Greek. We said no. The Greek actually is influenced by the Hebrew. That's why it says that Japheth will dwell in the tents of Shem, Afro-Shemitic, right? Secret place. We say this is where they get the word mystery, mistar. Mistar, secret place. Mistarim come from satar. Satar, to hide, to conceal. Remember we said hide me, right? Because the enemy, right, is waiting in ambush in secret places, covered over places. So what do we have right here? Well, he is like a lion. He resembles a lion. Dimyono, his dimyon, his resemblance, his likeness, dimyono, his likeness, ka aryeh, is like a lion. Their leader was Shaul, was Saul, right? Saul was their Aryeh, right? Ariah, but Aryeh was their leader. For the comparison with a lion, you can build more in Psalm 7, round about verse 2, Hebraically verse 3, and Psalm 10, round about verse 8, or in the Hebrew, right? Psalm 10, verse 9, right there. And like a young lion that's waiting in the wing. So you have the lion, like the older lion, and the young lion. Because among Shaul, he was like the old lion, and he had a lot of young lions around him. Dimyono ka aryeya yikasof litrof, where ki kafira yosheb bemistarim. So here, we're in the next to last part right here, verses 13 and 14. Got 3 verses here. Verses 13 and 14. Here, the Yod Gimel. Here we have the tefillah for deliverance, for rescue out of all of this that has been hitherto described. Arise, Yahweh, disappoint him, cast him down, deliver my soul, my psyche, like my mental, my psychological mental state from the defiant, wicked, ratchet criminal, right? Criminal minded. Thy sword, thy sword. So when it says disappoint, is prevent his face. Prevent his face. Disappoint him, right? Disappoint Kadam him. Kadamawi. Look, Kadam, as we have in the Kedem, right? And Kadamawi. Come to meet him, confront him, right? Kadam, go before him. Kadam, right? Project oneself. So the Kadam, as we have in the Kedamawi in the Hebrew, Kadam means to project yourself. So when he's saying to disappoint him, he's saying to confront him, saying to Yahweh to project yourself to him, to proceed, to go before. You know what I mean? Confront him, go before him, right? Or we like how they brought it out here, prevent his face, confront his face, like, meet him to his face. Here, let's bring out the Hebrew here, right? It says, Kumah, Yahweh, arise, Kumah, rise up, Yahweh, oh he who be, Kadama, confront him, right? Confront him to his face, Kadam him to his face, go before him. We like how it presents this, project oneself, project yourself to him, proceed, right? Go before him, meet him face to face. Kuma Yahuwah Kadama, Kadma fanayo. Confront, go before fanayo, go before his face, go before his presence, his perception, right? Hakari ehu, hakre ehu, and cast him down. Hakrehu, hakrehu, and cast him, and kara him, hakrehu, bend him down, bow him down, cause him to sink down, right? Cause him to kneel. You see what it says kneel in reverence? Like kneel him, like go before him, like confront him, like meet him face to face and make him kneel, make him bend the knee, bend both knees, right? Bend the knee, cause him to sink, cause him to prostrate, you know what I mean? Cast him down, right? Like a forceful kind of prostration, right? Right here. Kuma Yahuwah Kadma Fanayo. Hakarehu palta nafshi me rasha harbeka. Here he says palta, save, cause to escape, palta. So palta from palat mean to escape, palta. So here where he says palta nafshi, cause my soul, my psyche to escape, to slip away, right? Save my mind state, my soul, my psyche, right? He says palta nafshi may from rasha, from the wicked, from the ratchet, Rasha, the criminal, the defiant. Then it says Charbeka. Charbeka is from Chereb. Chereb is a sword. Charbeka, from your sword. Right? It says Charbeka, from your Chereb. So it's an interesting translation, but the translation is somewhat disjointed. Right? Somewhat disjointed because the Hebrews are old. It's like the early Psalms here, like the older Psalms, right? The Ivrit, Yehudit Psalms. So it has more the sense of deliver my soul from the wicked, right? Some interpret it that the wicked is your sword. You see what I'm saying? That the wicked is your sword, right? It says evil shall slay the wicked, right? Others interpret by thy sword, although we don't have any preposition there, but it can be implied. Kuma Yahuwah Kadma Fanayo, Hakre'ehu, Paltanafshi, Me Rasha, Charbeka. It could also be in the sense, depending on how you deliver the word sound, where he says Paltanafshi, like cause my soul to escape. Paltanafshi me rasha, cause my soul to escape from the wicked. Charbeka. It can also be saying like cause my soul, my psyche to escape from the wicked. Thy sword, almost like calling for the sword. If you get the point, you know what I mean. Paltanafshi me rasha. Charbeka, your sword, like calling for the sword. If you always, what I'm saying, calling for the sword. In other words, upon these and those, right? So in the ancient Hebrew, there's two ways of looking at it that both can be true. You know what I'm saying? In the Hebrew, the nuance, it depends on the delivery, depends on, but the part that is universal, Kuma, arise, Yahweh, O he who be. We have Psalm 3, round about verse 7. Kuma, Yahweh, right? The sense of arise, rise up, arise, let Yahweh arise, let his enemies be scattered and flattered and shattered and battered. Kuma, Yahweh, Kadma, Fanayu, confront him when he is about to spring upon me, O Yahweh, Charbeka, your sword, right? When he is about to spring upon me, right? Forestall him, Kadma, right? Go before him, meet him, Kadam him, right? Kadam him, go before, right? I like this right here. Project yourself to him, right? That definitely will cast them down. You know what I mean? When they see who they're dealing with, right? Prevent him from springing. Confront him. Like somebody's about to like attack somebody, and another person comes and stands in their face, like what? And then the person backs down and they humble, but before they want to attack, they get inflated. right? To get this person like somebody who is vulnerable, but then someone else comes along and steps between them and say what? And then that person that had all this you see they gradually sink down. That's the sense of bringing them to their knees. Kuma Yahuwah Kadma Fanayo Hakare who him cause him to bow him Hakre who bow him thereby Palta Nafshi May Rasha thereby causing my psyche to escape from the defiant, the wicked, the criminal, right? Cast him down. Better make him crouch, make him kara. So here, when we talk about the word kara, in this sense, kara, right? To bend, right? This is brought down like to bend the knee, to sink, right? Make him humble, right? Make him crouch, right? The verb is used in Genesis 49 and 9. You remember the blessing to Yehuda, to the tribe of Judah, and in Numbers chapter 24 and 9, of a lion on his haunches, reduced to submission. You see, when the lion is sitting back, like how when the cat sits down, like on its like butt, but on its like legs, its back legs, it's like that. Like when like a tame. It's almost like, remember earlier you said it was a lion. He's like a lion. Well, tame their lion, right? Charbeka by your chereb, your sword. In Psalm 7, round about verse 12, Hebraically verse 13, Chavarim. We have that right there. All right. So the next to last, Kuma Yahuwah Kadma Fanaya. Hakarehu Palta Nafshia Me Rasha. Charbeka, thy sword, Charbeka, thy sword, Charbeka, thy sword, the Yodalet, the 14th verse right here, right? It says, from men thy hand, O Yahweh, from men of the world, their portion in life, and whose belly thou fillest with thy hidden. They are full of children, and leave the rest of to their babies, Here, right? Their children are full, right? Here. Let's get this right here. Here's next to last verse right here. The last part of the prayer for deliverance. Mita mitima yadika Yahuwah mia mitima meya cheled chelkam ba'chaim ua sifunaka te malaya bitnam Yisibu banim we hiya nihu yitaram le ola lehem their babes their little ones. They hear the babes olel lehem their olel their children like little babes like sucklings. The little ones, right? The little ones right here. So what do we have right here? From men, right? Me, matim. So we have math, but mat, right? And matim, the plural of mat, is like males, men, matim. So here it begins off me from matim. Yadika, thy hand, Yahweh, me and matim, from men, right? From men. Meya cheleda chelkam, right? From men, right, of the world, whose portion ba chayim. Chelkam, their portion ba chayim, their portion in life, right? Their portion like is in life. U and sifunika, and you're hidden, Timale, you fillest, Betanam, you fillest, whose belly thou fillest with thy treasures. O Sifunika, Timaleya Betanam, whose belly, Beten, thou fillest, Timale, with thy treasure. Sifunika, right? Who have children in plenty, Yisibu'u banim, or who are satisfied. They are satisfied, right? Their children are satisfied. Their children are full. Can have a sense of who have children in plenty. Yisibu'u, they are satisfied with banim. They're satisfied with sons, right? Where he but they leave yitaram, their abundance. They leave their abundance with Hiyanichu Yitaram le to the babes of them. They leave their abundance to their babes. So the men, May team, right? The May team, do the math, right? Math, one, May team, right? Many. So here, speaking of the wicked men, right? From whom he prays to be saved. They are persons whose ideals are wholly and simply material, worldly, fleshy, carnal, and their desires are limited to earthly things, to earthly things, like just to the things that can be seen and shown off to others, earthly prosperity. So it calls them right here the men of the men of the world, right? Mia mitim, right? Mi mitim may cheled, the men from the cheled. Now notice the word cheled here is for world. This word here, it has a sense of fleeting, like the world that flies past, time that flies fast, like the fleeting world. Chaled is like the fleeting world, the world that glides away. Chalad, to glide, right? To fleet, like fleeting world, this fleeting age. You know what I mean? This fleeting world. They are men of that, right? Here today, gone tomorrow. They're of that world, right? Men of this world, right? Whose portion is in this life, right? Is in this life. Better, men whose portion is in life is of the world. A better way to bring out the translation is the men whose portion in life is of the chelet, is of what flees, is of no duration. Right? Here today, gone tomorrow. They aspire to nothing higher than the gratification of their body and the Satan of the senses nature, right? Enjoyment, right? Sefunka, when it says your treasure, right? Safin, sefun is like a treasure thing. Sefun your treasured thing, right? Safin, you're hidden. Safin, right? There we go, right there. Safin, Sefun the good things of this world. The good things of this world. The children, when it says children, banim, are the bens, banim, sons, right? Having sons, specifically. Childlessness was considered by the Easterners, right, in the Orient, east of the river Nile, right, to Ethiopia, Afro-Arabia, and even to the Far East, that childlessness was considered by the Easterns to be a great misfortune. We can see that in Genesis chapter 30, round about verse 1. And therefore, consequently, and vis-a-vis, a prolific offspring is a supreme baraka, having enough children, but specifically in the context of Dawid's time, having enough sons, right? So here we have Psalm 127, Psalm 127, round about the third verse, Hebraically, right there. They're there. Last part, they leave. What do they leave? They leave the rest of their substance, or the rest, right, to their babes. They leave it, right? So they go, right? But they leave it. Where nichu, right? They leave. They yanach, right? Nichu, right? He fell. Nichu. They cause to rest. They give. They cause to rest. They lay it. They set it down. They deposit. They let it remain. Nichu. They leave it. They depart from it, right? Like what they leave behind. They abandon it, right? They permit it to their descendants, right? Where he nichu yitaram, their yeter, their remainder, their excess, all the stuff that they got in this fleeting world, right? They leave it, right? They leave it li olelehem. They leave it to olelehem, to their olele, their babes. This word is like for babes, suckling. The babes and suckling, the young ones, the infants. What do we have here? They enjoy prosperity throughout their lifetime, and they are able in this fleeting world to bequeath a rich inheritance to their children, to their banim, to their sons, right, as it were. But here is the final portion right here. His and I aspiration, Tate Vav, Tate Wow verse, the 15th verse right here. As for me, so notice the contrast there. This is what they do. This is what they're about, right? This is what I'm praying about. But as for I, in light of all that has been said, as for me, I will behold thy face in righteousness. In righteousness, I shall be satisfied when I awake with thy likeness, resembling thee, I, resembling thee. Ani bitzedek et chezeh faneka. السبعة بحلقيت السبعة بحلقيت تمونان تموناتك. Here. First thing first, Timunatica, right? Here thy form. Man was made in the image and after likeness. Timunatica, right? And thy Timuna, right? Manifestation. Thy likeness, thy manifestation. First part first, Ani, I myself, Bitzedek, in righteousness. Now notice the word tzedek in the beginning, in the very first verse. Notice how the psalm began, right? The psalm began, hear the right, O Yahweh, right? Shema'ah, Yahweh, tzedek, right? In the beginning of the psalm, right? Tzedek, hear the right, hear the justice, hear the rightness, the righteousness, the righteousness. Here in the Selah, Ani, as for I myself, in contrast to those I just described previously, Ani bin tzedek, in righteousness, in right choiceness, echeze, I will chaza. Remember chaza? We also had chaza, which is like to see, but it's to see in a prophetic sense, to see as a seer, right? To see as a seer in the ecstatic state, right? To see like prophecy, right? To see even by experience, right? To gaze mentally, to perceive, to contemplate with pleasure, specifically to have a vision. Ani, what does he say? What's said right here in this final verse? Ani, I myself, tzedek, in righteousness, right? Chezeh, will see, will have a vision, will perceive, will contemplate with pleasure, right? Faneka, thy fanim, thy face, thy presence, thy perception, right? Thy interface. Paneka. What do we have right here? His aspiration, spirit in aspiration. The thought of Psalm 16 is repeated. So this is maybe the main connection in theme between the two Psalms here, 16 and this Psalm, Mizmor Yod, Yud Zain. In Psalm 16, this thought here, in this verse here is repeated, right? He does not envy. Right? Fret not thyself because of the wicked, the ratchet. He does not envy the wealth of the ungodly, the ungoodly, since his longing is for the joy of communion and contentment, right, with Yahweh Eloheinu, right, with Elohim. Thus he begins, says, as for I, Ani, Bitzedek, in righteousness, Echezeh Faneka, I shall behold, Echezeh faneka, I shall behold thy face, thy presence. The sense of this here brings out even what do you call it? A kind of beseeching, a ask. So we can translate I shall behold, or may I behold. Ani b'tzedek echazeh faneka. May I behold, may I see the eye in the vision, right? In the vision. May I be satisfied, right, with thy vision, right? To behold, echazeh, from the chaza sense. As we said, revelation is known as chazon, right? The chazon, the vision. To behold Elohim's face, his presence, his person, his perception is to be in his presence and also to see his perception. Like, in other words, his perspective, right? His perspective. Often we see it our way. We say, well, God says this, and well, I think of it like this, and then there's a gap. But when we can really behold his face, we behold his perception as well as be in his presence. This we have in Psalm 16, round about verse 10, verse 11, right here. Second part of the verse right here, to fulfill Esibah, be hakit temunateka, esba. I will be sabah. I'll be satisfied. Esba. Let me be satisfied. Esba. Right? I will be satisfied. Oh, let me be satisfied. Esba. Be hakit. Make I be satiated, satisfied. Be hakit, right? When I kut, be hakit, right? In waking, hakit, in awaking, right? In showing signs of arousal, waking up, right? Waking up, right? Be hakit, in waking, because this word for like to get up, kut, right? Hakit, in waking, right? Timunateka, in waking thy likeness. In waking thy likeness. This word here, kut and hakit, has a sense of like abrupt. You ever like resting and you suddenly get up? That ever happened to you? You like suddenly get up, right? And you're like, wow, that was a good rest, but I'm awake now. You're like, fool. You know what I'm saying? That's the idea of this right here. But awaking, awaking, right, out of that abruptness from sleep, right, wake up, Jacob, with thy likeness, or temunatika, waking temunatika, the I male likeness, form, image, semblance, representation, even manifestation. The figurative sense is the manifestation of thy favor. A more better sense of the Hebrew, I will be satisfied. Let me be satisfied. Esibah, behakit, when I awake to munateka, with thy likeness, when I awake thy likeness. Like the end of Psalm 16. Just check it out. Compare here, Psalm 17. Like the end of Psalm 16, the phrase has been applied to the awakening from the sleep of death. Many look at this phrase here as applied to like the waking, like the resurrection sense, awaking from the sleep of death. Here again, however, the contrast is between a life, chayim, devoted to self-interest, and a life conscious of Yahweh Eloheinu, right? Bashem Yeshua. The clue to the meaning of Hakitz, right? The Hakitz, right? The awaking, right? The awaking, the clue, right? Is to be found in Numbers chapter 12, verse 6. Numbers chapter 12, verse 6. Unlike other prophets, okay, let's just go there right here, right? This is the final part here. Numbers 12 and 6. 12 and 6. 12 and 6. What do we have here? Right? And he said, hear my words. If there be a prophet among you, Yahweh will make myself known to him in a vision, will speak to him in a dream. Here. Wayomer Shima'u na. Hear y'all, Shima'u na, please hear. Wayomer, and he said, Shima'u na, please hear. Debarai ima yehiyen nebe akem Yahuwah ba mar'ah elayo eta wada'a ba chalom, in a dream, ba chalom daber, I will speak ba'u, I will speak in him, I will speak to him or in him. Ba chalom adaber bo, adaber bo. So here, what do we have here? Well, unlike other prophets to whom Yahuwah revealed himself in dreams, right? Other prophets, right? Yahuwah revealed himself in dreams. Ba chalom, in the chalom, in the dream. Moses, Robenu, had the experience of beholding the likeness, the temuna, right, of Yahuwah, the likeness of he who he be. That is the mystic privilege. For that, the psalmist here in Mizmor Yod Zain, Psalm 17, and I yearns. This is the yearning for a conscious realization, right? The really real of the divine presence of Yahweh's person, his perception. With that, he and I and we will be satisfied and even exchange for it, right, the pseudo treasures of the earth, because this treasure is a real treasure. Ani bitzareka echezefaneka esibah behakitza temunateka. Here, y'all. Whoa, the wise.
When I say more, you will say fire. More fire.
Psalm 17.
מזמור י"ז, תפילה לדוד.
Hear the right, O Lord, O Lord, O Lord, O Lord.
שמעה אדוני צדק.
Attend unto my cry.
הקשיבה רנתי.
Hear unto my prayer.
האזינה תפילתי.
That goeth not out of feigned lips.
ולא שפתי מרמה.
Let my sentence come forth from my presence.
מלפניך משפטי יצא.
Let thine eyes behold the things that are equal.
עיניך תחזינה משרים.
Thou hast proved mine heart. Thou hast visited me in the night. Thou hast tried me, and shalt find nothing. I am purposed that my mouth shall not transgress. Concerning the works of men, by the word of thy lips I have kept me from the paths of the destroyer. Hold up my goings in thy paths, that my footsteps slip not. I have called upon thee, for thou wilt hear me, O God. Incline thine ear unto me, and hear my speech. Show thy marvelous loving kindness, O thou that savest by thy right hand them which put their trust in thee from those that rise up against them. Keep me as the apple of the eye. Hide me under the shadow of thy wings from the wicked that oppress me, from my deadly enemies who compass me about. They are enclosed in their own fat. With their mouth they speak proudly. They have now compassed us in our steps. They have set their eyes bowing down to the earth. Like as a lion that is greedy of his prey, and as it were a young lion lurking in secret places. Arise, O Lord, disappoint him, cast him down. Deliver my soul from the wicked, which is thy sword. From men which are thy hand, O Lord, from men of the world, which have their portion in this life, and whose belly thou fillest with thy hid treasure. They are full of children, and leave the rest of their substance to their babes. As for me, I will behold thy face in righteousness. I shall be satisfied when I awake with thy likeness, 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 with thy likeness.
Lion of Judah Society.
Hear the Hebrew. Yes, I. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat, why you not fine? Rest and refresh. Take a breath.
מזמור י"ז, תפילה לדוד. שמעה אדוני צדק, הקשיבה רינתי. האזינה תפילתי, ולא שפתי מרמה. מלפניך משפטי יצא, עיניך תחזינה משרים. בחנת ליבי, פקדת לילה, צרפתני בל תמצא. זמותי בל יעבור פי. לפעולות אדם בדבר שפתיך, אני שמרתי אורחות פריץ. תמוך אשורי במעגלותיך, בל נמותו פעמי. אני קראתיך, כי תענני אל, הט אוזנך לי, שמע אמרתי. הפלא חסדיך מושיע חוסים, מן מתקוממים במיניך. שומרני כאישון בת עין, בצל כנפיך תסתירני. מפני רשעים זו שדוני, אויבי בנפש יקיפו עלי. חלבמו סגרו, פימו דיברו וגאות. אשורנו עתה סבבונו, עיניהם ישיתו לנטות בארץ. דמיונו כאריה יחשוף לטרוף, וככפיר יושב במסתרים. קומה אדוני, קדמה פניו הכריעהו. פלטה נפשי מרשע חרבך, ממתים ידך אדוני. ממתים מחלת, חלקם בחיים, וצפונך תמלא בטנם, ישבעו בנים. והניחו יתרם לעולליהם. אני בצדק אחזה פניך, אשבעה והקיץ תמונתך.
Psalm 17. Hear the right, O Lord, attend unto my cry. Give ear unto my prayer that goeth not out of feigned lips. Let my sentence come forth from thy presence. Let thine eyes behold the things that are equal. Thou hast proved mine heart. Thou hast visited me in the night. Thou hast tried me, and shalt find nothing. I am purposed that my mouth shall not transgress. Concerning the works of men, by the word of thy lips I have kept me from the paths of the destroyer. Hold up my goings in thy paths, that my footsteps slip not. I have called upon thee, for thou wilt hear me, O God. Incline thine ear unto me, and hear my speech. Show thy marvelous loving kindness, O thou that savest by thy right hand them which put their trust in thee from those that rise up against them. Keep me as the apple of the eye. Hide me under the shadow of thy wings from the wicked that oppress me, from my deadly enemies who compass me about. They are enclosed in their own fat. With their mouth they speak proudly. They have now compassed us in our steps. They have set their eyes bowing down to the earth. like as a lion that is greedy of his prey, and as it were a young lion lurking in secret places. Arise, O Lord, disappoint him, cast him down. Deliver my soul from the wicked, which is thy sword, from men which are thy hand, O Lord, from men of the world, which have their portion in this life, and whose belly thou fillest with thy hid treasure. They are full of children, and leave the rest of their substance to their babes. As for me, I will behold thy face in righteousness. I shall be satisfied when I awake with thy likeness, 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 with thy likeness.
Yes. Shabbat Shalom, Mubarak, a peaceful Sabbath, a good, well Sabbath, Mubarak, and a blessed one. Hashem Yeshua HaMoshiach, Shabbat, Wayanafash, Shabbat, and Wayanafash, and take a breath. Yes.
6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest.
Here on the outro, it's a Sabbath day, the word for the Sabbath, and opening part, Genesis chapter 2. Shabbat Shalom, y'all.
Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the 7th day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the 7th day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the 7th day, and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew.
Shabbat, 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 yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Shabbat, 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 yes it is Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Work all week and now it's time to rest. Cook up the food and everything blessed. Lay back and pull the scriptures out. Family reading what it's all about. Giving full attention to the most high of creation. He hallowed it and made it a holy day. Separation. To be one with the most high and feel his essence. Destructions of the world have to be absent. We have to remember the 4th commandment until thy kingdom come. Shabbat, 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 yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Shabbat, 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 yes it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. I'm duty free from my responsibility for servitude, that's the way it's supposed to be. That's what the Father said we're supposed to do. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by the words that proceeded by him that sit up on the highest throne. From the heaven to the earth, angel and man abstain from work, just as it was from in the first. Why should I divert? Even lovers take vacation, traveling and spending time one-on-one. It's a way of strengthening their union. We should do the same thing with the Almighty One. Shabbat, 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 yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Shabbat, 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 yes it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat, Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
Lion of Judah Society.
6 days shall thou labor, shall the seventh day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we will like the sucklings and the breast.